And it fell on me for go to bedcast. Normally, we'd be playing a game or something, but Halloween's my favorite holiday. I decided to do something extra special. So for tonight, I will be reading several stories, and we'll be going back and forth between one story. That is called The Tales from the Gas Station. So, now that all of your trick or treating's over, and you're going to get settled in for the night, let's start off with Tales from the Gas Station, Part 1. At the edge of our town, there's a shitty gas station that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you were to go inside, you'd see row after row of off-brand chips, cookies, potted meats, and ramen. Expiration dates suspiciously missing from canned goods, like they were filed off years ago in some misguided attempt to control inventory turnover. A faded wet floor sign from way back covering crack in the foundation by the cooler that has since turned into a pothole. The pothole, a collection point for a sticky spill-off, has become a miniature tar pit collecting countless insects corpses and occasional small rodent. Nobody ever complains about the aesthetic. By some provenance, bordering on the supernatural, the health inspector has repeatedly signed off on the business, always kindly ignoring both the faint smell of the kind of mysterious chemical cocktail that is defining the defining characteristic of the establishment, and from the mutated raccoons that lives in the crawl space behind the grease trap. We think they're all mutated anyways. At the very least, they must be inbred to the point of mental retardation. The Alpha, a muscular 3-foot tall son of a bitch named Rocco, has been spotted multiple times chewing on people's tires and has been run over at least twice, but keeps coming back. Give me a moment, because I forgot to cue up the music. Just had the playlist ready too. Don't you just love that? All right. There we go. Now let's continue. That lingering smell of a sweet combination of honeysuckle, ammonia, vomit, and who knows what else has been positively identified. Excuse me. It's been positively identified, but prevalent theory is that it's coming from the cracks in the foundation, wafting up from underground. It's strongest right after a rain, and pungent to the point of tear-inducing if you get too close to the storm drains, where even Rocco and his clan refuse to tread. If you were to go inside, you might also see a bathroom cowboy. He exists as some sort of urban legend. Even though he has never been officially confirmed to exist, we have several security camera recordings of a man fitting his description, entering the building, heading into the bathroom, and leaving. What makes him legendary are the things that people claim to see him doing in the bathroom. Stories run the gamut from pretty weird to impossibly bizarre. Like the guy last week who went to pee but changed his mind when he saw a man dressed as a cowboy handing out balloon animals. Or the next day when another customer stepped into the bathroom to see a man wearing nothing but a cowboy hat, boxers, and boots with spurs, sitting at an old-fashioned stone sharpening wheel, literally grinding an axe. When he walked in the bathroom, the cowboy stopped what he was doing, looked up at him with a smile and a tip of his hat and said, "Come on, man. Come on with it." By the time he could find an employee to follow him back to the bathroom, the cowboy had vanished, bench grinder and all. The cowboy may or may not haunt the gas station bathroom, appears to follow a code of rules. He only appears when you're alone. He never hurts anyone, and he's always polite. The prevalent opinion about him is that, honestly, he doesn't seem that bad, especially when comparing him to some of the other things going on at that place. If you go inside, you might instantly get a toothache. It's a strangely common phenomenon that nobody really understands. It should go away on its own after a couple hours. If you go inside, you'll almost definitely see me sitting behind the counter, because I am the only full-time employee, and I'm almost always here. You may catch me reading a book because, for some reason, the internet doesn't work way out here. Cell phone service is dicey on good days, and non-existent on most. If you need to make a call, you can leave and go up the hill a ways, preferably back towards town, because the other way will take you into the woods, and you don't want to get me into all the reasons that's not a good idea. Or you can pay me 25 cents a minute and use the store's landline. That arrangement was cooked up by the owners, and I have actually enforced it because they do check phone records. I'm sorry. While you're here, don't be offended if I don't strike up in a conversation, because if I'm being completely honest, I don't always know for sure if everyone that comes through these doors is real or not. And if I had to acknowledge everyone in the place that could be an actual person, I would lose my mind. And we don't need any more of that going on around here. I guess that the point I'm trying to make is this. Weird things happen to me working at the shitty gas station at the edge of town. I wish I could easily decide what was the weirdest thing to ever happen to me. But I can't. There were so many. I've seen a total of 4 coffins inside the store on 3 different occasions. I've met at least a dozen people wandering back into town from the woods, claiming they had escaped aliens or government conspirators or the like, and that they had no money but needed to make a call, and I could please just let them use the phone before they find them again. But rules are rules, and I'm not going to change or lose my job just because you didn't escape captivity with a little pocket change. Then there was Farmer Brown. Yes, that's his real name, who got mad at us and complained about the bulk feed we'd been ordering for him. He insisted something was wrong with the product because all of his animals suddenly had human faces. We settled with him by charging him a significant discount on his next couple of purchases. He stopped coming in one day, and they found out what was left of his body inside a bathroom at his farmhouse that had been locked from the inside. As far as I know, they still haven't figured out what happened. Anyways, I guess I can tell you a story or two, but first I need to get ready for work. And let's move on to the first story. The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind, however, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped, it all started with the new or old TV. At that time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and most popular, the TV show. So of course, every time I come home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem is my dad watched the news at 5:30. Pokemon episodes were back to back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day. something I whined about on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day, and that must be why he went through and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he bought in my room. Fortunately, it was just old enough to, just an old, small boob tube, with rabbit ears even. It also had 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though, I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through channels, I came to the conclusion that only 2 channels, TVO Kids, Channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed Channel 21 on the remote, hoping there were more channels. Well, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed like it to have kids programs on. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and if I had to ask myself, what the fuck was I watching? 5-year-old say fuck. Anyways, continue. Hey Gord, I'm reading stories for tonight. So tuck in, relax, and enjoy. Now, where was I? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this stand out in your mind for a while. The channel only ran a few shows, probably because it was only operational between 4 o'clock and 9 p.m. April 1999, Mr. Bear Sailor, Episode 21. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. Always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about the show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was looking up the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal 2 young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl that looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight, and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well. I remember Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear well either. Probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, and the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and a Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think this was more of a special movie thing. All I know is that I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came at 4:30 and 5. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement, which looked just like the one used for Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour. and just including the stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup trying to eat him. The ending showed a table and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The camera then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoon's ready." And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer, and I hadn't watched Countdown 21 for a while. Until one day, when I slept over at my friend's house, and I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we showed up very late for us 9:30 was very late. Watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up with my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. Must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and me, mainly because it had swearing. However, now that I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. Cameraman blacked out for a second, before fading in, back upright and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him. The kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well. Again, with the crappy camcorder. Until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the fuck out, you're not invited," with a deep, muffled voice. Or, the bear redelivered that line. "Get the fuck out, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word. But the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying that how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out. That was the end of the episode. The channel turned static shortly after. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's Cellar for some reason. The last episode I saw was weird. It had swearing, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped on to Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 28. Apparently this episode had been playing... Apparently this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair talking to the audience. "Hello, kids. Do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address. That was what remained for the rest of the episode. This repeated for 5 hours every day until September came. And again, and guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick bastard who betrayed him, a letter. I did it out of the curiosity. Mostly my dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show. Then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear. So my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway, for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised it did. I still have the letter I received on August 15th, 1999. The letter read, "Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house." The police cut out the address. "Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear." I cannot believe my dad never found this sketchy because he actually took me to the house. And then that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids in the woods. What brings me to why I'm writing this blog. The psycho and his friends did some fucked up shit back then. Now it seems he's trying to get back into contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me. Over a decade later, it's still happening. So, that's the first half of 1999 done. We're going to switch back into Tales from the Gas Station with part 2. At the edge of town, there's a shitty little gas station that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And sometimes longer. If you were ever to go inside, you'd probably see the tired cashier sitting behind the front desk doing his best to mind his own business. He's real. You may also see someone else. You may also see something else. If you're curious about the reality of anyone or anything else, including myself, inside the small, ammonia-scented, flickering, fluorescent collection of off-brand junk food, dirt, four walls, and a roof, I recommend that you follow the cashier's lead and mind your own business. I've been working at the gas station almost non-stop since I graduated high school. At this point, I could quit if I wanted to, but enough about me. Let's get back to the interesting thing at the gas station. I spent a decent amount of time yesterday at the start of my shift trying to decide which story would be worthy of being my first document to the world. Anytime I tell someone outside the gas station anything of what happens therein, I know what to expect. People don't believe it, or people don't want to believe it. Imagine the difficulty of having to try and call a sheriff's station to explain that a pig broke into the store and is currently running amok, breaking things and screaming with the voice of an old woman. Yes, I meant half pig. Yes, a pig. The front half. No, this isn't a joke. I'm at the gas station. What do you mean, which gas station? The shitty one on the edge of town. You must be new. Can I please talk to someone else? She finally put me through to Tom. Tom is the sheriff's deputy that drew the short straw all those years ago and had to come out to the gas station for the first time. Back before his hair was all white. He's been in enough times now that all I have to say when he picks up the line it's a half pig. It won't stop screaming and I can't catch it. And then he grunts, mutters something about being pretty freaking weird, and then drives out to help me catch it. Tom is a good guy. I asked around. Nobody knew where the pig came from. This was back when Farmer Brown was still alive, and he came down to take a look at and provide his expert opinion. According to the farmer, the pig had somehow been chopped down the middle, but miraculously, none of the important organs were hit. Nothing supernatural about it, just really unusual. It stayed at the local elementary school as a kind of mascot for the summer before a scientist and his team somewhere up north offered the school $1,000 to let them take it. For science, I suppose. Anyway, I don't mean to ramble, but my point is that It's hard to believe some of these stories if you haven't been inside the gas station at least once, or maybe you have. We're the only gas station for miles. We're close enough to some big crossroads. If you ever been out driving in an unfamiliar part of the country and found yourself lost, it's not impossible that you could have found yourself at my doors, maybe looking to top off your gas, maybe to ask for directions. If you have any strange memory of a weird place that somehow doesn't seem to fit with the rest of your memories, there's a chance we've met, actually. Now, back to last night. I was sitting behind the counter with a pen and book, receipt paper, trying to remember the strangest thing that happened to me that still falls within the realm of believability. I've had plenty of things that happen that were strange, but so unbelievable, I won't even waste anyone's time ever telling them. I call those the try and forget stories. When Diego interrupted my concentration. Diego is one of the part-timers of the gas station. We have a long list of part-time employees. The owner liked to hire transients, drifters, hitchhikers, passerbys, and runaways looking for work for a few days. I try not to get to know the part-timers. They come and go after a few days, or sometimes a few weeks, rarely long enough to form any kind of a meaningful relationship. But then there's Diego. Diego has been working here almost a year now. He started as a part of the prison work relief program, hauling trucks twice a week. He was also one of the 12 prisoners that didn't disappear during the freak snowstorm last December. But that's none of my business. Diego did his time, and when they released him, he came to work here, in the store and loading trucks. He comes in 6 times a day for each of his 30-minute shifts. Now that I think about it, I'm not exactly sure what he does during those shifts. The store is never clean, and the trucks only come by twice a week, exclusively during daylight hours, as per arrangement, following the incident. Maybe one day I'll ask Diego what he does for the owners. All I know is that he's the closest thing to a friend that I have here. Diego approached me at the register last night. I knew something unusual was going on. He was sweating bullets, pale and on the verge of passing out. He kept glancing back at a man in a suit that had wandered into the store and was standing next to a frozen drink machine. He told me that he needed to talk now. I told him go ahead, but he refused to say anything unless I followed him into the freezer. Usually I hate to leave the front of the store unwatched. We have the occasional shoplifter, plus there was the one time Rocco got in and made off with 2 cases of cigarettes. But Diego seemed serious, so I made an exception for him. Once we were in the sub-freezing safety of the walk-in cooler, Diego asked me if I had seen the guy in the suit. I said yes, I saw him. He asked me if I knew the guy. I said yes, I'd seen the guy around town. His name is Kiefer. He was running some sort of office, I can't remember which one, and stopped by the gas station every now and then. He drove an old black SUV that only took premium. I didn't know him from in town, but he was definitely local. His picture was framed in my high school's trophy case for one of those sports competitions he had won years ago, or years and years before I got there. We only have so many things to be proud of, I suppose. I knew Kiefer, but we weren't exactly acquaintances. I told all this to Diego, who shook his head and said, "No, that can't be Kiefer." I said, "Why not?" Diego told me, "That can't be Kiefer, because Kiefer is dead. I killed him 2 days ago, and his body is in the trunk of my car right now." And that's when things started to get weird. I don't really want to do this. I recognize how awful it is to pause a story at a place like this, but I'm about to head back to work. I'm only just taking my lunch break, and I came all the way down here to the library to document the last night before I forget. I still have I still have to eat and change and get these dirt-covered clothes before I head back. Did a lot of digging last night. Plus, I don't want to leave the part-timers alone with all those lawn gnomes until we know exactly what's going on. But I forget to mention the lawn gnomes. I'm so scatterbrained right now. Like I said, it was a very strange night between the hand plants, Farmer Jr., and that cultist who wouldn't leave me alone. I hardly had any time to collect my thoughts, and of course, there is the Diego situation. I promise I'll come back and tell you all about it, but first, I need to grab some coffee. So we're shifting back to the update from 1999. A minute. Drink up. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this so far, because it's going to go through the entire stream session until all these stories are over. Let's get back into the meat of things. Update, November 14th, 2009. People have been emailing me and asking me exactly what happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon with the address Mr. Bear had left on the letter. The house was actually on the outskirts of town, an open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again, and looking at the house in disbelief. Then he opened the door. Phone real quick, sorry about that. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad, while I quickly asked if it was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly, and he muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly with my dad, so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway, and then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. Felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyways, too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked my dad about it, or when I asked that, when I asked my... That is just a weird line writing. Alright. And when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 when I learned the truth. I remember Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran October 1997 to 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kids' shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was a mysterious cameraman. The real reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, they kidnapped kids and held them... kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled the house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I was the only one who was watching. Update December 2nd, 2009. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I have accessed the email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. Two women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now to answer the question you guys emailed me. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? Answer. I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on NeoSeeker forums who were discussing the show from Caledon Local 21. They talked about how the shows, or two shows I watched, but also another two shows that I had never seen before. User named Am I Real Life seemed to know all about the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the two I've never heard of. Fallen Angel and Life. Am I Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on and on in front of the camera about how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Hate with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around the forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go for the conversation and see if I can get a link. Question. Is Mr. Bear or the guy who... Where is Mr. Bear or the guy who wore the costume? Answer. If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where this guy is, or if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I'll ask him about this. Maybe I could get a more definite answer. Question. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? Answer. This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend, who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and took to the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 and 13 were found by a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information out of him then. That's all I have for now, kids. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I'll try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update. January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in the blog since I hit. Excuse me. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in the blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, after a few weeks, I struck gold. Found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon, and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polo. Wow, way to name drop this dude. Anyways, when I lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, or when he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Ho described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods. as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polo told me these events started in late 1997. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while and actually went to investigate. Polo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There was a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17 at the ages of 5 and 12, gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Polo talked to the man. Nothing unusual, unkempt appearance or crack addict, as well as his constant twitching. And asked what he was doing out in the forest with children. The man said they were camping or on a camping trip. Something they did frequently. Poe, not suspecting anything, Caledon was one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told them to be quieter. Poe then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again as he was moving away. I told Polo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near that area. Here's what I know. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for camping. The fire pit Polo described may be the hole the bodies of the children were found in. The children Polo saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, or a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge about what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update February 10th, 2010. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had some leads for years and have never found the suspect. Excuse me, let me rewrite that. First, I asked the police. Read. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran local. Excuse me. Standard readings do this to me. I'm sorry, guys. First, I asked the man. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Region Police do have some of the tapes found in the house of Caledon Local 21 was broadcasted from. He took me over and said I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend name is Mitchell Wilson. Very nice guy. He seems to understand my first foreknowledge of what happened during the late 90s. In that house. He feels it's wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest within the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. I was able to watch all the footage from Davis Road Station has. Fortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any of the tapes home for obvious reasons. Paint the Soul, Episode 10. Garbage Throw Away. Paint with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th 1997, and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 described, the episode opened with a cameraman wandering around the forest. It appeared to be during the evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along the path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage lying around in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each of them got a few seconds of screen time. The cameraman then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke with a very timid voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere before, like another Cowdon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something like that had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, meaning us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 25. When the police administrator brought the tape in, I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to the cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws. On the ground were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the small bottle and disposing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds, such as shuffling, and Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The children all looked rather content except for this one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23. The one episode I watched during 1999, or July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 a.m. in July 1999. The police still have not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear any lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drank their juice, the one from the episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the tapes in the possession of Davis Road Police Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Cowdon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign off for now, get into university first, and get information later. Hopefully I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Let's go and take a sip. Last month, I have returned, Lord Fox says, I have returned Mr. Spookleton. I was seeing off my girlfriend. Ah, that's sweet. I hope you're all having a happy Halloween, by the way. I'm I'm overjoyed that I finally got a night on Halloween night, and I get to read you guys stories. Something I always wanted to do. Now, let's get back to it. Update May 8th, 2010. Last month, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive a car by yourself as well as with some passengers after 6 months. Or in America, your learner's permit. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated the blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked a little different than when I saw it in October. The place was no longer used as daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came over me. What happens to children while they were living in that house? I walked up the steps to the front door, peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. The end of the hallway to the right was a door or open door, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left, there were 2 doors, both apparently leading to rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying at an almost flat angle were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you can't imagine what I was going through in my mind at the time, I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wonder if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, fuck it, and proceeded to walk across the field, behind the house, into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for a few periodic sounds of woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Polo's house crossed my mind and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared the small clearing, in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black charred area, showing a small fire to be lit here recently. Hey, get the fuck out of our fort! Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned around and turned to my left, saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, they came closer and I saw they were really just kids in their early teens. Possibly 13 or 14. Maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size. I'm 6'1". While they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One must have been 5'7". Get the fuck out of my fort, we're playing Minecraft! We said, get the fuck out! The larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt, and said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife, and held it in my direction. No, wouldn't want to, I said in a deep, serious voice, trying to sound badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The 2 kids withdrew, the one with the Metallica shirt putting away his knife. Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go? The one in Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, fine, and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity. Did either of you hear of a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in the wood about 13 years ago? I asked the kids. The two looked at each other in confusion before the one wearing Metallica shirt answered. Yeah, everyone knows about that guy, he said, as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued. He still lives around here in a storm drain. A Big Brother's friend says he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night. My instincts told me this was probably a lie. And the owner of Cowdon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as a folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within me. And is the storm drain? And where is the storm drain? I asked. Just out of curiosity, I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes full of annoyance yet curiosity. You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here? Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the two kids about my experience with the man in the Cowdon Local 21, and that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure, although even I was... They kind of mixed up the lines here. Even though I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to turn around and the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids to their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such a detail about the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I have gathered for now. Here's what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends in a small river where excess water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. A man supposedly lives in a large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing the bear mask or the mask and a full-body bear costume. Note, I do not believe this is true, and in fact, simply a myth made by the residents of Cowdon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't the guy look suspicious? And other questions like these leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Cowdon again. So the blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support my blog. I know many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Cowdon during 1999. And I will do my best to continue my research into the topic. Update, October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months after I started, or since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully I'm not, but in all seriousness, I really have been busy these past few months. The blog's about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I am living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for Computing and Engineering. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog, but as you can see, I am back now. I remember to I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in the clearing between the wooded areas, nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I have posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly a channel to access water from the marsh. When I returned to the Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until recently that I'm now interested in the case again. On September 10th, I received an email from the address turntothebee@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email the guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots up for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime, like EWTN, a religious channel based out of Michigan. That shows Catholic-based programming, but during off-air hours, have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space. So the scenario of a pedo renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be transmitted at any time. There are the rules for the United States, not for Canada, where the story took place. So if this happened in the US, the pedo would be tracked and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it's unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear. Now, obviously, this letter is fake and sounds almost... Hotmail, that's spooky shit. Yeah, it's spooky shit. It's unsecure. Now, obviously, this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted. But still, I would like to thank whoever sent it, though they could use some English lesson. Just reading the letter creeped me out, but because of it, I am now full of this new interest in continuing my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now my roommate knows all about this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. Then I shrugged it off, so he did too. I mean, what are the chances of it being real? How would Mr. Bear know all about the public access TV and about when I was in Caledon on those two occasions? More or less know my email, or me still being interested in his seller. Ha. I'm going to send a reply to return the bee. Wow, just looking at this email address. You can tell someone wanted to freak me out. Didn't really work though. Although, to whoever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back in the full matter. Maybe I can find out more of what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy the email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to continue this. Thanks, guys. Quick sip. I'm going to be burning through 1999 because we still have other stories to go, and it'll be nice to jump back and forth between those stories and Tales from the Gas Station, so we can have some levity between it all. Wow, I can't believe this, or excuse me, Update November 7th, 2010. Wow, I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons, but I'd rather not discuss them yet. It has been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you were right, I shouldn't have gone back to trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It has been over a year since my last post, and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I'm right now in regards to the whole Mr. Bear thing. Return the bee at hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again a while back, still no response. I've actually moved up to Ottawa for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for, well, I had my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people kept prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Why I have ventured back to the blog? Mitchell Wilson gave me a phone call on October 23rd about that tape that was found in our branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown, in case you haven't picked up on that. He claims that he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me as it's still evidence. But he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again because we all know what was on that last tapes as I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. Guessing it was something to do with the Cowdown Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog to thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see the tape, I'll write what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in the whole mystery again. Update January 21st, 2011. It has been a long year for me. The university has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place of party. Sarcasm. Now I'm back at home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting with friends and family, or at least that's what I would rather have done. Now that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend promises showed me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in the bear suit, or my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel a pit of dread inside, or deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead, and I could not, or I could have been one of those kids. That humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped through this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down anytime that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Region Police Station located in Bromley City Center. I met Wilson at the front desk where he led me to the second floor into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he went to get the tapes. That's when Mr. Hanson walked in and told me that he wanted to know about the pictures on my computer. I'm just kidding. I just had to put that in because Have a seat. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, I know you're curious, but what are you trying to... Excuse me. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, I know you're curious. Why are you do... I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this? Of course I did. Or at least thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there. I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage. However, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on the VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 30. The bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. The episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film. Trademark of anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with the camera held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming it at himself. That bear mask looks more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable, muffled voice spoke up. Hello, children. Today, I will be doing a wonderful thing with my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy. Mr. Bear turned the camera around and showed around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. This is where the first load. Here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon. Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at the large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked up the tarp, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15-foot wide. Really showing that a Canadian metric system, aren't you? The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, Not yet. Soon all the kids were in the pit. Some were in an awkward position due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. Vitamin C will surely help those children on the great journey that awaits them. Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside the bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Good fucks. Yo, fuck the metric system. All my homies are imperialist. Damn straight. Wilson revealed that these were the 7 of the 16 missing victims burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man was playing. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. Pit full of burning children. Who the fuck would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape confiscated by the Bramalia police branch did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. You know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. Satisfied for now. But I just need some time to get myself together. Thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Henry. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The bear loved helping each other as good children should. Excuse me. The children loved helping each other as good children should, but they also loved Mr. Bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping, and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with their help of their angel friend. But the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please. With sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more. I truly did. However, certain circumstances had me turn off the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since had hundreds of emails about my blog. I was even contacted by a magazine about the story. But now is the time to come clean to everyone where I have been for an entire year. The story of Pandora's Box is true, and I opened it. I opened it when I watched the second tape in the possession of the police branch. The other subject I'd like to address is the joke or fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape, as that is what traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mr. Wilson if I could watch the infamous second tape you had been talking about. I don't know why, I just felt the viewing that tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I played the waiting game. By my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. Gave Mr. Wilson a call, during which he admitted that he had hoped I would forget about it. Asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer. Really don't need to see it, he said, telling me, but I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Bremelia branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of Animal Slaughterhouse in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape for evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at the time, saying, What are you doing? Wilson explained, Let me redo that. What are you doing? Wilson explained that this tape includes the last episode of Mr. Bell's Cellar. I was rightfully assumed that he would be seeing the fate of the children. I began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside the forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize, because it was night and the trees and leaves just looked like shapes dancing around the darkness. Faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly, the camera began to pan towards the glow, feeling a smoke rising from the hole, the tips of the flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. Are you sure you want to see this? He asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The voice continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was a hole that I had seen in a previous episode, only this time it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light, burning flesh. Black, red, black, a blur of surreal movement of colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings being killed in a horrifying way, a which I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cut out. The camera was positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out, however. The fire was out. However, there was still smoke rising up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. Mr. Bear's suit was laid out on the ground, empty. It looked just as unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was painted. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You can find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left I was fine, and the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right, though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids TV channel. I could have been one of those victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back. But now I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details, some ask if I can upload the tapes. Some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they are A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VHS onto a computer. As for people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've even seen fake Countdown 21 or Countdown Local 21 YouTube channel, which is cute but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account and put up some demented poem about me in his blog. Even more annoying is the fact someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one, just to show you guys I have contacted my webmaster about the entry and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Oh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@aol.com. Hey, that's another really cute, creepy one. Which I assume is another joke. I'm over 31 episodes now. The images of what I saw still will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I'll get into contact with Mitchell Whistler again. Hopefully get another set of tapes in the possession of the other Peel police branches. Try to update you as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take long again. Thank you everyone who still reads this. Elliot. And that's the end of it. Lord Fox. You know what's a shame? No one ever played Dread X collection games on Go Deadcast. I was tempted to, but too many people were playing the Dread X game, so it's like either either I do something else, something fun, or try to compete with others. I'm not much of a trend chaser, and you know, I just do my own thing. But we got some different gameplay out of this. So, with 1999 concluded, which unfortunately that's all we got. Would have not been nice to have actually ending, but that's it. So, we're going to go to part 3 of Tales from the Gas Station. Part 3. For Fox. Yeah, I feel ya. Trying not to hop into an oversaturated market. Yeah, then we might as well just be doing Minecraft Let's Plays. Anywho, there are times when this world drifts so close to the fabric of reality that I can hear something calling me from beyond the veil. Sometimes when I get too close, I can feel that thing on the other side tugging at the corners of my mind. I'm worried about Diego, but he doesn't seem to be taking this so well. In case you don't know, I work at a shitty gas station at the edge of a small town, and where things have been happening for as long as I've been here. I finally started to tell some of my stories. If you haven't caught up yet, I would like to invite you to read parts 1 and 2, which we've read. When I returned to work after my post, yesterday, I was delighted. Get that again. I was delighted to find a stack of receipt papers sitting neatly on the register counter with notes written on them in my own shaky handwriting. I don't remember writing these notes, but then again, I don't remember a lot of things. It is possible that I'm working too hard, or maybe the fumes coming from beneath the gas station are playing tricks on me. Or perhaps just another side effect of my condition. At any rate, I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Or any other animal in any other orifice for that matter. Gift or otherwise. Admittedly, my handwriting isn't the best. At times, the scratches on the receipt paper become nearly illegible. So if anything herein seems unbelievable, it's probably because I copied it wrong. With that in mind, this is my best effort at transcription. 7 o'clock. Getting dark earlier these days. 7:30. Farmer Jr. came into the gas station tonight, asking about hand plants. I told him that there weren't any. I told him that. I told him that there weren't any. I told him that they weren't there anymore. He left his phone number scribbled on the back of a coupon for 15% off bulk pig feed from an online retailer. I think he's trying to send me a message. 9 o'clock. I think maybe some kids are playing prank on me. I found a lawn gnome behind the pork rinds. I didn't think much about it, but I put him in a box behind the counter. But then I found another matching lawn gnome in a soda case. I added that one to the box as well. It wasn't until I noticed that the third and fourth lawn gnomes that I started to suspect something. I had taken out the garbage and found gnomes perched on top of a branch of a tree next to the dumpster, staring down at me like gargoyles. I used a chair and a broom to knock them down. I put them in the box and with the other 3. When I got back to my desk, I found a note on my chair written in red ink. It simply says, "I'm in the walls!" I don't know why, or I don't know who wrote it. The paper smells like oranges and plumera. 10 o'clock. There is a strange scratching noise coming from the tiles above the cash register. I fear Rocco and his brood may have I fear Rocco and his brood may have. I fear Rocco and his brood may have infiltrated the building again. 11 o'clock. Farmer Jr. called the store. He asked about the hand plants. I assured him that they weren't there anymore, and if they ever showed up again, I would call him. I think he's beginning to suspect that I'm lying. 12 o'clock. One of the cultist recruits wandered in from the community in the woods. They hate it when I call them cultists. I know the recruits aren't supposed to interact with the outside world. From time to time, they will sneak into town, never any further than this gas station, buy cigarettes. They aren't supposed to try and recruit new members until they graduate to an honorable senior cultist status. But this one isn't a very good cultist. I know they aren't supposed to have names, but I'm going to call this one Marlboro. I'll let you guess why. Marlboro stayed in the store for at least half an hour, trying to convince me to go back to the compound with them. They hate it when I call their home a compound. He tried to appeal to my logical side, but I let him know politely but firmly that I was not interested in logic. I can't remember when he left. 2 o'clock. I found myself digging again. Sometimes on slow nights, I let myself drift. My mind goes somewhere, and when I come to, I wonder, where was I just now? Who was that controlling my body while I was gone? My body did those things I've done so many times before that I guess that it learned to do them without me. My body restocked the cigarettes. My body rotated the frozen drink machine. My body scraped the mold off the bottoms of the ice buckets. My body emptied the rat traps. And somewhere along the way, my body found a shovel, went out back, and started digging a hole. Actually, I shouldn't say my body started digging. I have been, or rather, my body has been digging this hole off and on for the last few months. Usually, I come to after a few shovelfuls. This time, I added another foot deep, or another deep. Yeah, I added another foot deep before I snapped back to reality and asked myself what the hell I'm doing. 3:30. I just noticed the door at the end of the hallway past the walk-in cooler. How long have I worked here and not noticed the door before? Seems disappointingly ordinary as far as doors go. Except for the fact it's warm to the touch and feels like it's vibrating. I tried the handle, but it's locked. When I got back to my register, I noticed a man in a trench coat standing outside beyond the gas pumps, just outside the reach of our lights, dangerously close to the road. I can't tell if he's looking at me or if he's looking past the building, at the woods, or some other side. I wish he wouldn't stand there like that, stoic and still, with his arms reaching down past his knees. Scratching against the tiles of the ceiling over the counter are getting louder. 3:45. A man came into the store, rolling a large white ice chest behind him. He had sunken blue eyes, wiry hair coming from his nose and ears, long bony fingers, paper-thin skin revealing every blue and green vein beneath the translucent dermis. He wore a bowler cap and smelled like milk. I had definitely never seen him around before. He asked me if we would be interested in partnering with him. He sold ground meat at discount prices. I told him that our store doesn't do well with fresh foods category, recommending he try his hand at making jerky. Before he left, he scooped about a pound or so of raw ground meat from the ice chest into a piece of parchment paper and gave it to me as a sample. Once he had left, I took the meat to the cooler where I found another lawn gnome waiting for me. I put the gnome in the box with the other 7. 4 o'clock. Diego just told me something very strange about Kiefer. 4:30. There was a kid named Spencer Milton, who had the same high school as me and Kiefer. Spencer was just a year ahead of me. But looked much older and acted much younger. I live in a small town, and small towns get bored. For entertainment, some turn to gossip. Some turned to more sinister pastimes. The latter often fueled the former. There were rumors around town that Spencer liked to torture and kill animals. Rumors that Spencer's parents are sib Rumors that Spencer's parents and siblings always locked their bedroom doors when they went to sleep at night. The rumors didn't slow down any after Spencer's house. The rumors didn't slow down any after the fire at Spencer's house, where Spencer was the only one who escaped unscathed. I always saw Spencer gleefully stomp on a lizard, throw his head back, and laugh. I once saw Spencer gleefully stomp on a lizard, throw his head back, and laugh. Some short time after his house caught on fire, for a second time, Spencer left town. The story went that he had gone off and joined the army. I didn't know what to think about that, so I simply didn't think about that. I didn't know what to think about that, so I didn't think about that. I would have been perfectly happy to never think about that, but after all these years, I'm forced to, because Spencer Middleton just came back into the store and ordered a cup of coffee. He's sitting in one of the booths talking to Kiefer. Marlboro is back. He asked if I could spare him some time to talk about his fake religion. I hate it when I call it a fake religion. I told him he had to leave. He seemed upset. Spencer and Kiefer, or 4:45. Spencer and Kiefer sat around for a while and didn't buy anything but 2 cups of coffee. When they finally left, I let Diego know. He had been hiding under a blanket in the walk-in cooler, although I can't really understand why. Diego explained to me what exactly happened. He had finished his shift a couple nights ago and left the gas station when he saw Kiefer's SUV pulled over in a ditch at the bottom of a hill. Diego, being a good guy he is, decided to check up and see if Kiefer. Diego, being a good guy he is, decided to check it and see if Kiefer needed any help. He says that he pulled up and got out of the car, but he could hear what sounded like a loud crunching noise coming from just beyond the tree line. Diego went to investigate. That's when he saw something. When I asked Diego what he saw, he just started speaking in Spanish so fast, panicked sort of way. I don't speak Spanish, but I nodded along empathetically. The only word I could pick up was Strega, which is the name of. The only word I could pick up was Strega, which is the name of some liquor we carry. Whatever it was that Diego saw, it made him race back to the car as fast as he could, back out quickly without looking, and that's when he ran over Kiefer. Diego is a good guy, but here he was in a bad situation. He stopped long enough to get out, check on Kiefer, and confirm that he was definitely dead. There was nothing he could do that would change that fact. It was an accident. Diego was on parole. There was that thing in the woods, and Diego had to make a decision. So he heaved the body into his trunk of his car and drove off. Diego took me to the car and showed me the body. Can confirm 100% that it was Kiefer in the trunk of his car. Not just because of his unmistakable face, but also because of his phone and wallet that were in his pockets. 5 o'clock. I finally got tired of the scratching and pulled a ladder out of storage to see what the raccoons were doing up in the ceiling. When I pushed back the towel, the only thing up there was another gnome. That makes a dozen so far. 6 o'clock. The man in the trench coat is still outside. The cultist came back in, demanding an audience with me, insisting that if I would just listen to him, I would see the reasoning of his superb and flawless. Insisting that if I would just listen to him, I would see that his reasoning is superb and flawless. That I would not be a fool, and that I would be a fool not to join him in the perfection of logic and nirvana that is his belief structure. I agreed to listen to his pitch if he would agree to ask the man in the trench coat to leave. Our hasty verbal contract placed, I steeled myself to listen. Honestly, he did make a few good points, but I suppose that's to be expected with a viral thought experiment strong enough to convince perfectly normal people to abandon their real lives and go live in a commune in the middle of the woods, past a shitty gas station on the edge of town. They call themselves mathematists. They believe that humankind exists to fulfill two moral imperatives: to decrease suffering and to increase happiness. A successful life increases happiness more than suffering. A decent life decreases suffering more than happiness. How, how good a person is can be determined by the spread between the happiness increase and the suffering decrease. Obviously, if the individual has negative spread, that is, if they've increased happiness less than they've increased suffering, or if they've decreased suffering less than they decreased happiness, then that means, very simply, that the individual is bad. Therefore, if an individual causes a tremendous amount of happiness and suffering, one can simply determine which is higher and use that perfect rubric to determine whether that individual was good or bad. Simple, right? Fuck, that confused me. The mathematists also believe that the world has been going about for good and bad in the wrong way. For eons, we've been attempting to increase happiness, when instead we should have been focused on decreasing suffering. As happiness is a fluid concept, and the more happiness you create, the harder it is to sustain, the happiness has a clear set of diminishing returns. Suffering, however, is constant. Suffering results from happiness coming to an end. Suffering is pure and eternal. For the mathematist, to be supremely good, they must also be end all suffering. That is why mathematicists are working on a bomb to destroy the entire planet. Fucking God. By ending all life on Earth, they end an infinity of suffering in the future. With every life they avert, an entire lineage of people would be born into life of suffering will no longer. Every death is preemptive mercy killing. Every happy moment that will no longer occur pales in the face of all the sad moments that are likewise prevented. So basically, good boy points, excuse me, what? Good boy points with genocide, or global genocide. And so Marlborough explained their murder cult believes that killing is a kindness. I told him that his ideas were stupid and he was stupid. I told him that his ideas were stupid and he was stupid and that now he had to go tell the man in the trench coat to go away. 6:30, the phone rang. This is strange for two reasons. First, because it was not the landline. It was the cell phone, even though we do not get cell phone service way out here. Second, because it was a cell phone, the one I took it off Kiefer's body. I'll admit, I was struck in a bit of a moral quandary ever since Diego confided in me. On the one hand, Diego had killed someone. On the other hand, it was an accident and Diego's parole officer may not see it that way. I thought I would have more time to figure it out. But when the cell phone started ringing, I knew I had to make a decision. I answered it. I didn't speak first. The voice on the other side was the one I recognized. You have something that belongs to my boss. It was Spencer Middleton. His cell phone and his wallet. I answered. What? No. We don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. It was right. I did. It was an accident, I explained. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend the whole thing didn't happen. Can we do that? Absolutely. 7:30. Diego came in for a shift at 7, and I explained the deal to him. He wasn't thrilled but but as I laid it out very clearly, he didn't have a choice. He parked. We parked Diego's Camry behind the gas station near the growth of hand plants, and made a point to stand far away enough, or far enough away to know, or and made a point of standing far enough away to not get our ankles grabbed. Kiefer's SUV drove up a few minutes later. Spencer was driving. He and Kiefer got out without a word, sized us up, and opened the back of the vehicle. Diego's popped the trunk. Kiefer and I stared at each other, keeping eye contact the whole time, while Diego and Spencer transferred the body from one vehicle to the other. Spencer had a tarp and blanket ready to wrap everything up. When it was over, Kiefer put a hand on my shoulder, whispered in my ear, "You done good." Then they left. Diego started crying as I went back inside the store. It was almost daytime. That was when the new part-timer was supposed to take over. 8 o'clock. The new part-timer is late, and I'm overdue for a lunch break. I made the best of my extra time by putting price stickers on all the lawn gnomes. We're rigging them up as miscellaneous grocery for 99 cents each. And I've already sold a couple. I'm a really good employee. 8:30, I went to the bathroom and saw a man standing there with his pants around his ankles. He wore checkered boxers and a cowboy hat. He smiled when he saw me and simply 8:30, I went into the bathroom and saw a man standing with his pants around his ankles. He wore checkered boxers and a cowboy hat. He smiled when he saw me and simply said in a somewhat sing-song voice, "Come on in. Come on with it." I took the opportunity to ask him something that has been bothering me for a while. "Do you know, is everything going to be okay?" Bathroom cowboy took a second to think. He pulled up his pants and walked past me, spurs clinking against the bathroom tile. He stopped for a second when he was right next to me and said plainly, "I appreciate it." Then he left. I honestly have no idea what that means. These are the entirety of the receipt paper notes, but I did make a point to continue keeping a journal. I think this will be a healthy way to chronicling the weird events at the gas station. Maybe this will even help with my condition. I don't know. Next time something strange happens, maybe I'll come back and write more. Till then, I guess this is to be continued. Edits. Sorry, upon further inspection, I realized that some of the scribbles on the receipt paper may have been transcribed incorrectly. I also made some adjustments to the spelling and fixed some typos. While I was at it, I added another typo just for the observant reader. Lastly, upon the advice of some of my readers, I removed the part where I listed Farmer Jr.'s social security number and address. Also, special thanks to the reader who pointed out that Strega isn't even a Spanish word. I asked Diego about it when he came in and for his fourth shift today, but Diego simply looked at me blankly and told me he doesn't speak Spanish. Alrighty. We'll get back to more tales of the gas station. And we're going to move on to, let's see, eeny, meeny, miny. Whoa. Ever heard of a game? Ever heard of Nightmare? Like a lot of other games. Actually, yeah. Grega isn't even Spanish, it's Italian, which means witch. Ha! The dude was speaking Italian. Anyways, ever heard of Nightmare? Like a lot of other games in the 90s, it came with a VHS which you timed with your play. The character on the video would give you instructions on what to do while you played the game in real life. Being a scary cat, I refused to play when my mom bought it for us. My brother was disappointed about it not being able to play Nightmare, but my mom had a solution. She brought out Rap Rat. It was a cheap, dingy little thing catered to kids my age. We went around the board, collected cheese, and the first player to reach the end would win. It seemed simple enough, and since it reminded us of Mousetrap, which we didn't have, there were no objections. We popped the movie into the VHS and set up the board. First part of the video was just a simple explanation of the rules, as well as instructions on how the game worked. Then Rap Rat came onto the TV. He was not what any of us was expecting. My smaller brother, who was only 3 at the time, immediately left the room crying. The rat didn't even resemble a rat. Ears were far too big. It had a mouth lined with 2 teeth. The inside of the mouth almost looked swollen. Most striking part about the thing, though, was his eyes. They were large, glassy, and fish-like. I asked, then bothered, then begged my mom to turn it off. Rat suddenly shouted, screaming and wailing, saying, "Wait your turn!" in a demonic, low-pitched voice. That was not at all like normal, obnoxious nasal voice. In the background, we could hear the narrator saying, "Rap Rat, he's Rap Rat, and he's the boss," over and over again, in an overly serious tone. The video was indescribable. Images crossed the screen like in quick succession. Overcut with Rap Rat's expressionless eyes. The images were some of the things I was afraid of at the time. A person looking over a balcony, a hornet slowly stinging someone's eye, an extreme close-up of a tarantula, a pit full of writhing cobras, and a bloody syringe filled with green fluid. We immediately turned off the video, and I ran out of the room screaming, slamming my door. It took my mom 20 minutes to convince me that the video was gone, that I would never, ever see it again. I had nightmares all week about Rap Rat. That wasn't the last time I saw Rat Rat. While my girlfriend and I were preparing to move in together, I was cleaning out my closet of my room and found Rap Rat again. The same VHS and same board game inside. It was almost perfectly intact, save for a thick layer of cobwebs and dust mites on top of it. This was strange. Didn't my mother get rid of it? What was it doing, or what was the game doing in my room? I let out a bit of a gasp when I found it, and my girlfriend came into the room asking what was the matter. I said, "Rat Rat." She laughed a bit, asking if it was a joke. I shook my head, explaining that it wasn't. She couldn't believe me. Nobody did. And I decided the only way to prove it to her was to show her the video. I borrowed my neighbor's VHS and played the video for her. However, the images had a woman alone in the dark. However, I skipped a lot. Wow. Okay. However, the images had changed. I saw a clown, its nose bursting and spraying blood on the screen. I saw a woman alone in a dark room. I saw a man being forced to pick up a white hot metal and hold it in his outstretched hand, his hand into a leathery mess. The scratching I heard as the child continued, picking up louder and louder. Then Rat Rat showed up and began twisting and convulsing, its arms thrusting this way and that. The costume wasn't a costume anymore. It felt like the felt was real fur. Its face wasn't plastic, but instead a bristle of thorns and teeth. The eyes turned inwards and suddenly popped out again. Rap Rat's huge fish eyes were inside out, staring right at me, watching my every move my every expression. It grinned widely and gestured at my girlfriend and I in a single overstretched inhuman hand. I could hear the faintest scratching at my front door. TV went blank and showed static. Scratching got louder. It wasn't scratching anymore, but thumping. The thumping of tiny feet in wood. My girlfriend embraced me in fear. My senses kicked in. Before anything else could happen, I stopped the video, ejected it, unplugged the VHS. Scratching stopped. When I looked out the window, nothing was there. Police showed up after, warning us that a neighbor had seen a figure outside of the door, and had called in concern. My girlfriend and I couldn't explain what had happened. The police had to tell the police officer that it was us. I was furious that the children's game was terrifying me. I went to pick up the tape, but the VHS burned in my hand. Felt like I had touched a Bunsen burner at the highest setting. We had to get oven mitts just to get from the kitchen in order to take it out. Even though it was scorching hot. I brought it outside, tossed it down the sidewalk, and crushed it with my winter boots. My girlfriend and I had nightmares every night. Excuse me. My girlfriend and I had nightmares every night. We would both wake up in the middle of the night and describe eerily similar images that we saw in our sleep. Scratching would always be there at night. The lights were off, and the room was pitch black, save for the moonlight coming from the window. Now, though, the scratching would happen every time I went near the front door and every time we said Rat Rap's name. It sounded as if something very small was dragging something across the ground outside of the door. Pacing, waiting. I would simply wait. Covers pulled up to my neck, so I succumbed from exhaustion. At this point, I determined to sue the company for damages. First thing I did was call my mother and ask where she got Rap Rat. She said she had no idea. I found a merchant who sold versions of Rap Rat and asked how I could get in touch with the company. He sent me this email. I don't know about the game, but I know it was created by the same people who created Nightmare. The company is called A Couple of Cowboys. Try them. I did a bit more research and discovered that the company went defunct in 1994. 2 years after the company created Rap Rat, I discovered why they did that soon after. How Rap Rat came to be. 1992, the year of the game's development, a couple of cowboys had commissioned a manufacturing company in Haiti to create a doll portrayed in the game. The company who created the puppet ran a sweatshop, where they forced women and children to produce various components of the puppet, including felt and plastic front of the doll. One day, a young Haitian girl got her arm caught in an industrial sewing machine. The spring loader, unable to handle the weight of the machine, came loose and struck the child's neck, killing her instantly. A few days after the funeral, the mother of the child came to the factory demanding to see the owner, who denied he had anything to do with it. In a fit of rage, the mother said that the blood from the innocent would seep into the crevice of the doll. Every component of which it was created, all it touched would die. She claimed to have summoned a fear demon and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Apparat will curse you." The owner simply laughed and told his corporate bosses about Apparat. They spread the joke from person to person and soon became named Rap Rat, a loose anagram of Apparat. Each recitation of the name Apparat brought with it the greater and greater curse. Only 2 years after Rap Rat was created, the company was shut down and the owners hired by Mattel. There were stories of the workers beginning to begging for days, skipping work for weeks and weeks, finding the puppet in strange places. Sooner were the stories of suicide, grim, violent suicides, in which the workers would stab their hands and burn themselves to death, writing "I am fear" on the near surface of blood. It really sounds like this lady's curse backfired on her. Just saying. I mean, like the owners of the company were hired by Mattel, so it's like, yeah, that I don't know. Anyways, nobody knows where the Rap Rat doll went after the original creators disappeared. Some say that last nights the victims saw before going insane were sunken fish-like eyes. And that's about it, besides some miscellaneous shit that are kind of cringy to read, in my opinion. So that's another story down. Let's go on to part 5 of Tales of the Gas Station. Death worse, working for Mattel. Oh, actually, that is a good point. Especially current Mattel. Ugh. Or during the whole My Little Pony boom. God, could you imagine? Horny MLP fans writing into your office every day asking if they could get like that one stuffed pony doll that had like a hole in an unfortunate place, asking for them to reproduce those after they were immediately discontinued and pulled from shelves. Ugh. Let's continue. Part 5. I should begin the entry by saying how truly sorry I am to anyone who read Part 4. I had no idea that was going to happen. The agents have assured me that every trace of the story had been removed from the internet, and that there was nothing to worry about. If you were unfortunate enough to have read Part 4, I beg you, for your own sake, try to forget everything. If you experience nosebleeds, dizziness, migraines, hallucinations, go immediately to emergency room. If you have a recurring dream about an island made of song, under no circumstances should you approach it or attempt to open the blue door with the painting of a crow on it. If you did not read Part 4, there was no Part 4. It doesn't exist. Forget you ever heard of it. By now, you probably already know that there is a shitty gas station at the edge of our small town. That weird things have been happening there. The city council has personally asked me to stop talking about it, as there have been some astute readers that not only tracked down our small town from the brief descriptions I've given, but actually came and visited me at work. I heard that one of them has joined the mathematists, and as far as I know, the other two are still missing. Once again, I'm sorry. I'm not working right now. It's the first legitimate break I've had since I first started writing my stories on receipt paper after all, or after. Me? It's the first time, or it's the first legitimate break I've had since I started writing my stories on receipt paper all that time ago. Time moves funny here, flowing slow and fast all at once, like molasses out of a shotgun. It's a good thing I've been keeping a journal. I've got a few moments before my laptop dies, and I think I would, or I think, and I think now would be a good time to transpose my journal entries before the battery runs out or the blood loss gets me. Right now, it's a race to see what happens first. For anything wordy, I already called Tom. He said he's on his way here to give me a ride to the hospital right after he picks up dinner from the Ledford option. He said he's going to give me, or he's. He said he's going. Sorry. Couple thumps. There we go. He said he's on his way here to give me a ride to the hospital right after he picks up dinner for the Ledford orphans. John, Ben, and little sister. Tom and the other deputies have been taking turns checking in on the Tom and the other deputies have been taking turns in on bringing them food and in an attempt to make the whole thing less tragic. They've been living on their own ever since the incident that totally did not happen, and anyone who says otherwise is a damned liar. There I go again, off on another tangent. I guess I'll get to it. Type my journal entries, while I still can. November 2nd, 2017, 9 p.m. So much has happened since the Halloween incident that we aren't allowed to talk about. I've been much busier than usual dealing with the aftermath as well as the cult. Mathematicians have been cleaning out our inventory on a daily basis, planning ahead for some kind of secret event that I only get to hear about in hushed mutterings and whispers. Night is coming earlier and the weather is getting colder. November 3rd, 2 a.m. The man in the trench coat is back. He's standing just outside the gas station door, staring in. He's been there for almost an hour now. On the bright side, I haven't had a customer come in since he showed up. On the not so bright side, I can't help but feel he's trying to put thoughts into my head. He won't be able to, though. I've had way too much practice. Kiefer came in earlier today before the sun went down. Sat in a booth drinking coffee for a while. Eventually, Spencer Middleton showed up. Spencer had a word with Kiefer, then came storming up to my register, screaming at the top of his lungs. He grabbed the display of lotto scratch-off tickets and threw it across the room. It was obvious that something had upset him. That's when I took out my earplugs. Everything okay? I asked stupidly. I knew damn well everything was never okay. Did you hear a word I just said? Spencer asked. I explained. Oh, wait, hang on. Did you hear a word I just said? Spencer asked. I explained to him that I had taken to wearing earplugs in an effort to drown out the sounds of screaming that periodically radiate through the air vents. I guess the screams must have stopped a while ago, or maybe I had just imagined them. Either way, I didn't need the earplugs anymore. At this point, Tom walked into the store, his white hair looking even whiter than normal. Spencer, I could see, became instantly aware of the deputy's presence. Where is he? He said. He half whispered, half growled. Where's the other one? Diego asked. Spencer sighed. Sure, Diego. He's not due for another 20 minutes. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. With that, Spencer Middleton let out a shrill whistle and left the store. Kiefer jumped out of his seat and followed close behind. Tom helped me pick up the mess and put the lotto display back together. Without asking a single question, I wish more people could be like Tom. When Diego got to work, he told me that he had been having strange dreams of something enormous, living, breathing underground. Dreams always had ended the same way. The gas station collapsed into a giant sinkhole. I told him that Spencer was looking for him. That's when Diego grew solemn and asked me if I could show him something, or if he could show me something. In the freezer, behind a stack of boxes labeled "Not a priori," whatever the hell that means, or a priori, whatever the hell that means. They've been here as long as I've worked here. There's a moving blanket, and inside that blanket is another Kiefer. First question to Diego was, "You sold the body back?" He looked at the ground and shook his head sheepishly like a toddler who just got busted for cooking meth. "You killed another one?" I asked. Diego explained it was an accident. Again. The man in the trench coat is finally gone. He left the claw marks on the glass of the front door. I checked for the security footage to confirm my suspicions. He always stays just outside the camera range. Why can't I remember what his face looks like? 3:30. Marlboro was the first customer in the store after the man in the trench coat left. I told him that I was surprised he was still alive. He mistook this for a compliment and said, "Thank you. Thank you." Asked him if he was ready for the big event, but then he just stared at me blankly. I could tell he had no idea what I was talking about, so I filled him in on how I had to put it all together. The unusual the unusual cultist activity, the whispers, the buying up of all of our supplies. I could tell that something was about to happen. Marlboro went pale. Marlboro went pale as I was talking, then ran out of the gas station before I could finish. The 99-cent frozen drink still in his hand. I know I should write up an inventory loss slip for that theft, but I just can't bring myself to it. Hard as it is to explain, there's just something about Marlboro that makes me genuinely feel sorry about him. Fucking Beetle from the Wind Waker going, "Thank you." I think I'll just do that. So let's appreciate that when you have to reread lines, you still do the voices. Oh man, nothing's more immersion breaking than not doing the voice. 6 a.m. Caught myself digging again. Don't know for how long I was out there, or who was running the store while I was gone. The hole is so deep now that I could barely climb out with of my own. I should maybe think about considering possibly of a one day asking a doc. I should I should maybe think about considering the possibility of one day asking a doctor if this is normal. 8 a.m. Marlboro is currently crying in the dry storage closet. Through his sobs, I could barely make out the story. Marlboro was sent on some kind of vision quest for the last week and has no idea what the other cultists had been stocking up for. When he went back to the compound earlier tonight, he found the whole place completely deserted. Beds were left unmade. Some plates of food had on them. Fire still burning in the fireplace. Everyone's clothes were still in their personal. Everyone's clothes were still in their personal milk crates next to their sleeping bags, but all of the people, were simply gone. Marlboro isn't taking this very well, but I have a business to run, so I asked Diego to help me carry him to the dry storage area. I figure he can work through some stuff in there, and then maybe when he's done, he'll just, I don't know, go home. November 4th, 9 o'clock p.m. The exterminators just left. They say they got all the snakes out this time, but I have my doubts. November 5th. Kiefer came into the store again today and made some thinly veiled threats. He asked about Diego too, but I told him that I was tired of being the go-between and that if he had business with Diego, he needed to take it up with Diego. That's when Kiefer started getting weird. You know this place is just a big experiment, and you're a little mouse. I asked Kiefer to buy something or leave. So he bought a pack of toothpaste. Then he started to undress in the store and rubbed the toothpaste over his naked body. They tell me something's wrong with your brain. Is that true? I tried to be polite and avert my eyes, and I said, "Yeah." "You have some kind of mental condition?" I answered. "Yeah, yeah, that's too bad." At this point, Kiefer was completely naked. He walked over to the frozen drink machine and filled a large cup with a sugary red concoction before turning it upside down over the top of his head. Then he shook himself violently like a wet dog, flinging bits of cold, sticky debris across everything, from the ceiling to the walls. some of it even landing on my face. But I tried not to let him see me flinch. I knew this was all just an attempt to intimidate me, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. What exactly is it? He asked as he crossed back to where his pile of clothes was. What he asked? Excuse me. What exactly it? What is it exactly? He asked as he crossed back to where his pile of clothes waited for him. What? What is your condition? Paranoia, schizophrenia, the gay? No, I answered. I don't sleep. You don't sleep? He sounded genuinely interested. Like ever? I can't fall asleep. I haven't slept a single day since high school. It's a rare genetic condition and no cure and no treatment and one I can't fall asleep. I haven't slept a single day since high school. It's a rare genetic condition with no cure and no treatment, and one day it will kill me. But until then, I can handle the effects as best I can. Kiefer nodded. That must be it. That must be why he can't reach you. Why who can't reach me? Right then, Spencer came into the store, threw a blanket around Kiefer, and ushered him out the window. Right then, Spencer came into the store, threw a blanket around Kiefer, and ushered him out to the waiting SUV. A moment later, he came back into the store and offered me $100 for the security tape of tonight. Wonder what I'll spend my $100 on. I'm still killed for the fact that he stripped down in the middle of the store and rubbed toothpaste over himself. 9 o'clock p.m. I was beginning to suspect something wasn't quite right in the store. I've been finding empty candy bar wrappers strewn about, security tapes mysteriously deleted, strange noises coming through the walls in the middle of the night when I should be alone. At least more strange noise than usual. At first I assumed it was just raccoons. Now I know the truth. Now I know Marlboro has been living here for the past 2 days. He just walked out of the supply closet wearing a bathrobe, nodded to me as he grabbed a stick of meat jerky, into the bathroom. It had not even occurred to me that Marlboro never left. Now toothpaste makes me clean. Okay, hang on. I gotta go back. 11 o'clock 11 or November 5th. Kiefer came into the store again today and made of thinly veiled threats. He asked about Diego too. Okay, just go skip this part and go straight to the lines. You know this place is just a big experiment. And you're a little mouse. I asked Kiefer to buy something or leave. So he bought a pack of toothpaste, then started to undress in the store and rub the toothpaste on his naked body. They tell me something's wrong with your brain. Is that true? I tried to be polite and avert my eyes and answered, yeah. You have some kind of mental condition? I answered, yeah. That's too bad. At this point, Kiefer was completely naked. He walked over to the frozen drink machine and filled a large cup with sugary red concoction. Before turning it upside down on top of his head, then he shook himself violently like a wet dog, flinging bits of cold, sticky debris across everything from the ceiling to the walls. Some of it even landing on my face, but I tried not to let him see me flinch. I knew this was all just an attempt to intimidate me, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. What is it exactly? He asked as he crossed back to the store where his pile of clothes waited for him. What? I asked. What is your condition? Paranoia? Schizophrenia? The gay? No, I answered. I don't sleep. You don't sleep? He sounded genuinely interested. Like ever? I can't fall asleep. I haven't slept a single day since high school. It's a rare genetic condition with no cure, no treatment, and one day it will kill me. But until then, I handle the effects as best as I can. Kiefer nodded. That must be it. That must be why he can't reach you.
That must be it. That must be it. That must be why he can't reach you.
Why can't who can't reach me? And then Spencer comes in, gets the blanket, wraps it around him. I just had to redo the lines so we can have some consistency with the voices. Because I think I did the Tom's voice with Kiefer. Right, 9 p.m. You expect. Alright, we were on 11:06. 4 o'clock a.m. It finally happened. I suppose it was only a matter of time. I know I should feel regret or something, or shame, or any other emotion that normal people feel after something like this happens, but all I feel is embarrassed. Came to a couple hours ago with a shovel in my hand. I have been digging again. This time I had made some serious progress. The hole was at least 7 feet deep. Steep walls had made a loose red clay. It took me a while to realize that I was staring up at an inky black sky peppered with untouchable stars, or uncountable stars. When some of the bigger celestials started to move, I realized that the stars were actually just soulless red eyes of mutant raccoons staring down at me over the edge of the hole, probably looking for food, those shameless beggars. I chucked the shovel out of the hole, and that's when I heard it. Imagine the sound of a butcher's knife hitting a watermelon. The sound of a solid wet thwack. Now imagine that watermelon gurgling and falling over like a sack of potatoes. Oh man, this metaphor has really gotten away from me. I climbed out of the hole. I saw the shovel standing upright. The business end firmly lodged in the chest wound, or inside an open chest wound of a still twitching Kiefer. The Kiefer was dead before I got to his side. In a final act of defiance, he had turned his middle fingers up at me. I felt the slightest amount of respect for him. I went into the mental state that I can only. I felt just the slightest amount of respect for him before I went into the mental state that I can only describe as subdued panic. First thing I wanted to do was find something to wrap the body in because surely Spencer Middleton would come for it soon. When I went into the gas station, I was surprised to find that Marlborough had taken it upon himself to work the cash register while I was gone. He was ringing up one of the regular customers, Charles, a great big fat man who buys soap and boiled peanuts. I nabbed a tarp off the shelf and took it outside. That's when I learned something. Kefir is heavy, like really heavy. I understand that the human body is basically all just a meaty, fleshy water balloon full of guts and excrement, but nothing could prepare me for how leaky and gross the heavy dead man could be. It was almost by some miracle that I managed to drag Kiefer through the back door and into the freezer without being seen. It took all of my strength to pull the mass behind the boxes onto the stack where the other three. Pull the mass behind the boxes onto the stack with the other three. When I finally finished, I had worked up a sweat, and even the cold freezer wasn't enough to keep me cool. As I stood there letting my breath come back and the adrenaline wear off, I took stock of my situation. That's when it dawned on me. There were 4 Kiefers in the freezer with me. 4 Kiefers. Where the hell did the other 2 come from? The freezer door opened and Marlborough entered, dragging a dead Kiefer by the legs. He stopped and made eye contact with me. When he saw the Kiefers at my feet, I said the only thing I could think of. Well, this is awkward. Marlborough and I decided to open a bottle of Strega liquor and have a few drinks. He explained that he had accidentally killed Kiefer a couple times. I totally understood. The guy was just so easy to kill. I totally understood. The guy was just so easy to kill. At one point, Diego came into the freezer to grab a box of cookie dough. he didn't even acknowledge all the other Kiefers. My laptop's battery is currently at 2%. It's obvious now that I won't be able to transcribe the rest of my journals before it dies. I don't have time to tell you how I ended up in the bottom of the hole underneath the store with a broken leg, but I can tell you that I hear someone moving around above me, which is good because I think I'm alone down here. Which is good because I don't think I'm alone down here. If you're reading this, then it means that I managed to upload my story. If you're not reading this, then I don't know what even are you. Someone just called my name from the top of the precipice. I think it was Diego. I wonder what happened to Tom. Why didn't Tom ever show up? Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing Tom, or I don't seem to remember Tom survived the Halloween incident. Wait, who the hell have I been talking to this entire time? I promise that if I survive long enough to recharge my battery, I will come back and tell the rest. Until then, I guess the story is to be continued. Can't believe Kiefer is fucking dead. I know, he's just so easy to kill. Now, we're down to our last couple of stories. So which one should we do? Let's do Candle Cove. Nostalgia Forum. Television. Local. Sky 33. Subject, Candle Cove. Local kids show? Does anyone remember this kids show? Or does anybody remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove. And I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere. So I think it was on local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at weird times, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter, 65. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland when I was 9 years old, in 72. Candle Cove? Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a girl. Skyshell 33. Yes! Okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built out from parts of other dolls. Real low budget. This head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked kind of like an antique, but didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station it was. I don't think it was WTSF, though. Jaren, 2005. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you're talking about, Sky Show. I think Candle Cove ran only for a couple of months. In 71, not 72. I was 12 when I watched it 2 times. With my brother. It was on channel 58. Whatever station that was. My mother would let me switch it to it after the news. Let me see if I remember right. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughing Stock. The pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was Calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name, Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Sky Show 33. Thank you, Jared. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughing Stock and Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face, and the lower jaw submerged in the. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden plastic model to the foam puppet versions of the head and that talked. Mike Painter, 65. Ha! I remember that too. Winky face. Do you remember the part where? You remember this? You remember this part, Sky Show? You have to go inside. Sky Show 33. Mike. I got show reading that. Yes, I remember. That was when the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place and he had to go in. Like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push into Laughing Sock's face. And with the each pause, you have to go inside. His eyes too askew and flipping foam jaw with the fishing line that opened and closed. Ugh. It just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had like a face that had a handlebar mustache, really tall and narrow. A really tall and narrow teeth. Kevin Hart. I remember. I honestly thought that the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on Nightmare Fuel. Here in 2005. That wasn't the villain. The puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace the Horrible. Or Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart. Jesus H. Christ. I can't. The Skin Taker. That kind of. What kind of kids show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings. Just a dirty skeleton, wearing the brown top hat and a cape. His glass eyes, they were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Sky Show. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazy? Like that supposed children's skin? Oh, who was Mike Painter? What was Mike Painter's voice? Oh, fuck. I got Jared in 2005 and Mike Painter. Oh, whatever. Recon. Mike Painter, 65. Yeah, I think so. I remember his mouth didn't close and. I remember his mouth didn't close and open and close. I remember his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, why does your mouth move like that? The Skin Taker didn't look at the girl, but straight at the camera and said, to grind your skin. Sky Show 33. I am so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I used to have an awful memory, a bad dream when I heard that, or where the show open jingle ended. The show faded in from black and the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces. And they were just screaming. Puppets and the marionettes were flailing spastically, and all the screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I thought about it. Kevin Hart. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember when that was an episode. Gosh, yo. No, not possibly. Or, no, not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, it was literally just standing in place and screaming the whole show. Kevin Hart. maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that. But I swear to God, I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. January 2005. Oh God, yes. The little girl, Janice, I remember seeing her shake. And the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth? I saw his jaw clean. And the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth? His jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off of his hinge, or off his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off its hinges. I turned it off. It was the last time I watched. I remember I ran to tell my brother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter. I just visited my mom at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little, in the early 70s, when I was like 8 or 9, and if she remembered the show Cattle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why. And she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm going to go watch Cattle Cove now, Mom. And then you turn the TV on, just watch static, dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your Blow Pirate show. And that's the end of Cattle Cove. Roll Two-Sided Dice. Man, I miss these stories. And Mike in the Paint. Yeah, I miss these stories too. Like I keep saying, like the glory days of creepypasta were between 2009 and 13. Then Slenderman happened, and everyone wanted to make another Slenderman. There's also another really good creepypasta I'd like to read, but I think we'll run out of time. Like we're over by a half hour anyways, but if you remember, it was the creepypasta Friends. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. 2013 and 2014, or 2013 onward, was when Jeff the Killer and Slenderman really picked up steam, which I'm just going to say this right now. Jeff the Killer is probably one of the worst creepypastas in existence, and it only appeals to teenage goth girls with no imagination. Creepypastas were great when they didn't involve omnipotent monsters that only existed for murder. That's the thing, though, because we had the Rake. That was an omnipotent monster that only existed for murder. But it was like monsters like, I'd say, Jeff the Killer, Slenderman, and Jane the Killer. Everybody started making their own OCs. And I don't know, it's like horrible marketing garbage. Another sip down. Let's go back to Tales from the Gas Station. Part 6. Hey everybody, it's me, Jerry, from the gas station at the edge of town. Proud to be the newest member of the team. The owners were impressed with how I managed to stay inside the store for several days without leaving or going insane. That they offered me a full-time position while the regular clerk is out recovering from his leg injury. Happy Monday, y'all! Oh. The other guy asked me to do him a small favor while he's getting his much needed rest and relaxation. He gave me a password to his laptop and detailed instructions to me to scrap his journal entries from last week. In exchange, he agreed to keep me on as a full-time assistant after he gets back. I get to learn what they expect from on the job. I get to learn what they expect on the job through first-hand documentation. And he gets to continue his weird little blog thing. Now that's what I call win-win. If I'm being honest, this is probably the best thing that could have happened to me right now. ever since the program mysteriously disappeared at the mathematist community, I've been feeling very lost and vulnerable. I've been losing my weight. I've been having trouble sleeping, and when I do, I keep having these weird dreams of some enormous being deep below the gas station, waiting to devour us all. Clearly, a mistake was made when I was first overlooked. Clearly, a mistake was made and I was overlooked. If any of my older old brothers and sisters are out there see this post, please contact me. Tell the seniors they forgot me. I'm not mad. I miss you. I love you. Before I get started, some guys in suits came by and suggested that if this blog were going to continue, that I'd make a PSA. If there was anybody still alive that read the story about what happened here on Halloween, don't wait for the symptoms to start. Please go to the nearest emergency room or call center for disease control. Tell them that you're experiencing effects of Romold syndrome. Anyway, back to the journals. I'm going to do my best because the guy's handwriting is awful. But here's the parts I could read. Take a pause. Reposters were great. That didn't involve. Okay, I already read that one. But the good ones, were portrayed as urban myths or cryptids instead of being given lore and dumb stories. Yes, full agreement there. Ever since Slenderman got lore, or ever since Jeff the Killer was always shit at the beginning. I'm not going to apologize for that. Any Jeff the Killer fans, I don't know, read a book at all. Okay, anyways. Yarok, I would have to guess that good ones have to be a mystery and subtlety. Exactly. Like, we're reading Tales from the Gas Station, and it's got mystery, it's got subtlety, but it's packed with humor. Alright. November 7th, 2007, 7 p.m. The man in the trench coat was standing out back when I went to take out the garbage tonight. I don't know why the man in the trench coat keeps visiting my store, or why I've never gotten a good look at him. He was standing at the tree line just beyond the dumpsters, staring as he ever did. Tonight I stared back. The hinge of his jaw began halfway up his face, where the nose should have been. The edges pulled back to either ear in a skeletal grin. His tiny milky eyes were beads behind the oily black hairline that hung down straight in bangs all the way to his cheek jowl. His impossibly wide mouth bisected the head between greasy hair and wet flesh. Drool, I would assume. We stood there 15 feet apart. We stood there 15 feet apart, staring at one another. For what might have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes, until finally the man in the trench coat turned away. His legs bent funny. In that way, his legs bent funny, in a way that human legs shouldn't be able to bend, and he landed on all fours before galloping off into the woods. I don't know if I've seen the last of the man in the trench coat. I don't know if I've seen the last of the man in the trench coat. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did you guys read that? This is some crazy shit. Sorry, Jerry. Or sorry again. Sorry, Jerry again. I promise I promise I'm not going in to do the running commentary thing. I just had to say, Jesus, this is some weird stuff. I mean, I remember him telling me a couple weeks ago, go outside and talk to the man in trench coat. Super glad I didn't now. What the hell? Okay, that's it. I'm done. Back to transcriptions. Next page is soaked in blood and completely unreadable, so I'm going to have to skip that part. Huh? Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. She never had, or hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. She had never. Yeah. More thumbs. Hundreds and hundreds of them. She had never seen so many in one place, not even in her dreams. Before she left, she told me that I would never see her again. Was that supposed to be a warning or flirtation? 3:23 a.m. It's a quieter night than I'm used to. The package from yesterday afternoon sits on the counter where I left it. The label is made out to me with a return address I don't recognize. The rectangular parcel is wrapped up like a Christmas present, red and yellow stripes, and feels heavy. I would say it's just the right size for a dead cat. I would say it's just the right size for a dead cat. I would say it's just the right size for a dead cat. I can't think of any realistic reason I shouldn't open the package, but there is something in the back of my mind telling me that to open this would be. I can't think of any realistic reason why I shouldn't open this package. But there is something in the back of my mind telling me that to open this would be tantamount to opening Pandora's box. That the contents of this little parcel would irrevocably change the course of my life in a way that may have seemed impossible before. I feel like this box is full of butterflies ready to create tsunamis, and I'm just not sure if I'm ready for that yet. I think I'm going to teach Marlboro how to clean the drink machines. 3:47. Marlboro is passed out in a hammock in the supply closet. I think he finished a bottle of. Marlboro is passed out in a hammock in the supply closet. I think he finished the bottle on his own. I guess I'll go clean the drink machines myself. 5:45 a.m. The hand plants are growing faster than anticipated. They are now past the elbows, almost to the shoulders. I saw that one crop had caught a curious coyote that got too close. It was not pretty. I also noticed that Rocco is still alive. I caught him sitting on the roof tossing food at the crop of hand plants. This is why they're growing so fast. They're eating way too much. If this gets out of control, I may have to torch the crop just like the others. I don't want to. It sends shivers down my spine whenever I hear the way this. I don't want to. It sends shivers down my spine whenever I hear the way they scream. 7:30 a.m. Diego came in for his morning shift looking pretty terrible. He filled up the coffee and told me that he hadn't been able to. He filled up on coffee and told me that he hadn't been sleeping too well. Bad dreams had been keeping him from getting a restful night. I wonder if I should tell Diego about my condition. He asked about the gift wrap package sitting on the counter. I told him that it came with the post yesterday, and I didn't know who it was from. He asked if I was going to open it, and I told him that I had a bad feeling it was pretty much decided to never open it. 10 a.m. I decided to open a package without any fanfare or drumroll. I'll just tell you that what I found inside was a brand new laptop computer. Never owned my own laptop before, and the only computer I've never owned my own laptop before, and the only computer that ever belonged to me was a crappy little Tandy 1000 that I put it together as a kid. I always used the library computer lab or browser on my phone to access the internet. This could be a game changer. Box contains a signal repeater and some box contains a signal repeater and some other random gizmos. I know this is crazy, but I think I might actually be able to access the internet from the gas station now. There was a handwritten note at the bottom of the package. Hello. I left a comment on your page. There's something I want to tell you. I'm enjoying reading these stories. You're writing, but I think I'm enjoying reading. I'm enjoying reading these. Excuse me. I'm enjoying reading these stories. You're writing, or I'm enjoying reading these stories you're writing. But I think if you actually sit down and write out one story at a time, you'll be able to get a lot more. I'm not reading that. It's very good. I'm not saying it's bad, but 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 right now it seems like a lot of half stories thrown together. I think you I think you'd do great if you actually write out a whole story at a time. I bet you really could get a lot of attention. It gets kind of confusing right now. Maybe start with uh maybe start with when you get there, or maybe start when you got there and work your way up. Now, I bet that would be super awesome. I'm so fascinated, but a little muddled as well. I can't tell you, I can tell you have great talent for writing, but I just thought maybe I'd offer a suggestion to help. Please do not take offense, this is something I've been thinking. Hope all is going well for you. Great, another one of my readers tracked me down. I'm going to have to figure out how to keep people from fighting me and put a stop to this. Thank you wherever you are for the laptop, I'm definitely keeping it. 10:15 a.m. I turned on the Wi-Fi and noticed for some reason there are dozens of secured networks around the gas station. Most of them have 4 or 5 bars. Names for their networks are pure gobbledygook. Like one says 1E7G7TA11 Guy 232331 Who the hell is transmitting Wi-Fi out here? 11 a.m. Man came into the store to buy a man came into the store to buy a gas can a couple hours ago. I didn't think much of it at first, or at the time. But then he came back asking if we could help him out with something down the road. I never got his name, but he was a big guy, tan skin and thick beard. He said he was having car problems. I told him I wasn't a car guy, but he insisted that he didn't need a car guy. He just needed someone else to see what he was seeing. Marlboro agreed to watch the counter while Diego and I followed the bearded man down the road, or down the hill, and around the curve, close to the spot where Diego saw the thing in the woods. He couldn't remember what happened that night after he got everything sorted out with Spencer and the things started to go back to normal. I asked Diego what it was that he saw in the woods that sent him running in such a panic. But he just shook his head and said he didn't know. Mine is a funny thing, and memories aren't the most reliable. I realize that I'm not the only person from the gas station with a list of try and forget stories. The man's car was parked to the side of the road, close to the same spot where Kiefer's SUV broke down. So my car is acting funny. The guy said, well, this is a one-off guy. I think I'll just do a normal voice. So my car is acting funny. The guy said as we neared his vehicle. He began to wonder why we had walked this whole way when our own vehicle would be quite useful in case of a dead battery or a random bear attack. The guy kept going. I pulled over onto the side of the road and my electricals all started going haywire. I killed the engine and when I tried to turn it on, or when I tried to turn it over again, nada. I could see at this point that the hood was open. The man was driving a big black SUV similar to the one Kiefer owned, but newer and shinier. I don't see what's so weird about it. I don't see what's so weird about it. You need us to call a tow or. Man cut Diego off, rudely, I might add. I popped the hood, but everything's in order. I thought maybe it just needed some gas, so I went to the station. Then I got back, I saw this. Rounded the front of the car and saw this. He was being so vague about it. A small oak tree, maybe 4 or 5 years old, was growing up from the ground beneath the car, through the engine, and stretched upwards at least 9 feet. The trunk of the tree had swallowed a decent portion of the engine, and from the looks of it, the car had been parked there for years. Interesting, I said. And you're sure that wasn't there when you started driving? Before he could answer, he spun his head around and looked at the forest. You boys hear that? Yes. Yeah, sorry. We stood still and listened, but I couldn't hear anything. No, I answered. Diego shrugged. You boys know about. You boys know what an anglerfish is? The bearded man asked as he walked to the back door and opened it. Yeah, I guess, I answered. The bearded man pulled up a secret compartment from beneath the floorboard and retrieved a large automatic rifle. I'm not a gun guy, but I can tell you what kind of gun. I'm not a gun guy, and I can't tell you what kind of gun it was. It was a big, impressive, and cool looking. It was big, impressive, and cool looking. The guy checked the clip and clicked something on the gun that could have been the safety. Again, I'm not a gun guy, but it sounded super cool. Diego put a hand on my shoulder and slowly backed away from the man with the gun, pulling me with him. But the man didn't seem to mind us one bit. He was focused on whatever he heard in the woods. If I'm right, you boys have an anglerfish in them woods, putting something out there to lure me in, make me think I'm hearing something that I'm not. Then when I go looking for the one thing, bam, it attacks. Oh, like a siren. I asked. The man looked over at his shoulder at me and slurped. Yeah, like a siren. Y'all want to get out here? This could get dangerous. Don't worry about me. I've dealt with these things before. I'll be fine. The man pointed his gun and marched into the woods, while Diego and I made our way back to the gas station. 2 p.m. It's time for me to go home. I haven't used the laptop yet. Maybe tomorrow I'll start to type up these journals. 11 o'clock, 6 p.m. or 11, November 8th, 6 p.m., 2007. It's getting dark so early these days. I noticed that the bearded man's SUV is still at the bottom of the hill with a tree growing through it. I wouldn't call that a good sign. 11 o'clock. Where are the rest of the hand plants? I finally know what's going on. A long time ago, I noticed what looked like a strange mushrooms growing in a perch near a dumpster behind the gas station. I didn't think much about it, except that it was strange that the raccoon's brood wouldn't go near them. When I took a closer look, I could have sworn that I saw baby fingers poking out of the ground. As soon as the weather got warmer, I kept an eye on the crops. They started getting longer and looking more and more distinguishably similar to human fingers. I swear they even started growing fingernails. Sometimes I would see them bend at the digits and squash a bug that wandered too close. Eventually, the mushrooms started sprouting leaves, and the finger sections continued to stretch out, creating what could only be described as hands. Human hands. They would ball up into fists in the daytime and open up at moonlight. I dug one of them up one day when we were really slow at work. I called Farmer Jr. to ask for his professional opinion. To his untrained eye, the hand plant looked like a regular human hand, smaller than adults but larger than a child's. Adolescent. Teenager maybe, At the wrist, it turned into a gnarled root and smelled like sassafras. And throughout and throughout the plant, tiny leaves were sprouting. Farmer Jr. stood in the gas station looking it over for a while before asking me if we had any more of these things. I lied and told him no. I asked the, I asked the owners I asked the owners what they wanted me to do. They thought it over for a couple days and told me to keep them. I think they expected to be able to make some money off of them somehow. But eventually everyone forgot that but eventually everyone forgot they were there. Everyone but me and Farmer Jr., of course. I was thinking about the bearded man when I was thinking about the bearded man when I first heard the sound of a baby crying somewhere outside. I was alone in the store, and my first instinct was not the heroic one that most people may have had. Run outside, see where the poor baby was. My first instinct was more callous and rational than my first instinct was more callous and rational and in the form of a question. How the hell did a baby get way out here without me hearing it coming? Something wasn't right. The sounds of the cries, which I could deduce, were coming from the tree line, were getting louder and louder and more desperate. I looked around for Marlborough, but couldn't find him anywhere. If I was going to investigate potential forest baby, I wasn't not going to have to do it alone. I remember the bearded man hearing the siren call of the thing he called an anglerfish. I remember Diego's sound of crunching and strega, and absolutely no part of me believed that I would be safe if I went out into the woods, or that there was really a baby crying out there. But what if? I grabbed a flashlight and went out back. Crying seemed to be moving deeper in the forest, quickly, like crying baby was being carried off by something that didn't have to stop or move around trees or physical barriers. I walked into the forest just far enough to find the last thing I ever expected to find. It seemed that the hand plants had extended slightly further than the little patch outside the gas station. Those plants I had been watching and burning whenever they got too aggressive were not as controlled as I had previously believed. Because out here, just a few steps in the woods, was a hand plant that I had missed, that I had never trimmed or culled or burned, that was left free to grow as large and wild as it possibly could. Out here was a hand plant that had grown so large it had fallen over. It had grown past the shoulder. It was it had grown past the shoulder. It had grown past the It had grown past the shoulder. It had grown its own head and a torso and crotch and legs. Out here was a full human body covered in tiny little leaves. Low on the ground, attached to the soil by thick towns of roots. The weirdest part of all? The body was one I had recognized. The body was a fully grown hand plant. The body, the fully ho- the body, the fully grown hand plant was Kiefer. I don't know what possessed me to touch him. Maybe I just wanted to make sure that he was real, as if touching him would prove that one way or another. When I did, his eyes opened and he cracked a smile. He could not move. The roots had him firmly stuck in place. But this Kiefer plant could talk, and talk he did. We stayed out we stayed out there talking over an hour. I won't go into everything that Kiefer said, but I will say this. There is something under the gas station, something big and powerful, something plotting. I've been working for years in a cloud of this dark god's farts. I felt extra terrible setting the fully developed Kiefer plant on fire. I burned the rest of the crop of hand plants, but honestly, what choice did I have? When I got back to the gas station, Spencer was waiting for me. He knew I knew, and I knew he knew I knew. I was halfway expecting what came out next, but not expecting him to enjoy himself quite as much. Spencer locked the front doors and proceeded to beat the crap out of me. I'd like to say I got a few good hits in, but that would be a huge lie. I don't think I laid a single finger on him, although I did mess his knuckles up pretty good with my face. So I have that going for me. Spencer dragged me across the gas station to the hallway, past the bathrooms, past the walk-in cooler, that big strange door that I had only noticed a couple weeks ago. If it were possible for me to pass out, I'm sure I would have been unconscious right now. Why are you doing this? I asked, as he banged on the door 3 times. There was a sound from the other side, and Spencer yelled, "Open up, it's me!" The door cracked open. Spencer dragged me into a room I had never seen before. It looked like an old office. There was a desk next to a wall, monitors and security feeds from all over the store, and a perimeter. Security feeds from the camera I never knew existed. In the middle of the room was a large hole that looked like it had been created with a team of jackhammers. "It's time for you to meet my boss," Spencer said as he dragged me to the edge of the hole. "Kiefer," I said to Spencer. I said to which Spencer let out a hearty laugh. "No, not Kiefer. My boss is My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician." I half expected Spencer to put me into the cliche movie villain exposition rant, but instead he sparted me right into the hole. "I think my leg is broken. At least I assume that's a bone poking out means. But hey, I'm no doctor. I would be really worried right now if it weren't for the fact that I stole Spencer's cell phone in the scuffle. Just as expected, Spencer has the same network as Kiefer, which means he somehow has service. Put a call into Tom's direct number, so I'm sure he'll be along shortly. Until he gets here, I'm just passing the time updating my journals. Somebody just dropped the laptop into the hole with me. Maybe it was Spencer? Maybe he thinks I'm dead. Maybe I am. Again, I'm not a doctor. Whoever it was, I think I might have heard the sound of boot spurs clicking against tile as he walked away. Guess I'll boot this thing up and start transcribing my journal before it's too late. Okay, so this is the last of the journals. You're probably wondering to yourself, where was Jerry while Spencer was beating the crap out of poor old Jack? Well, I had gone into town to see a movie. Yes, I went and watched Thor Ragnarok. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It was awesome. I guess I'm lucky I went there when I did. Otherwise, this Spencer guy might have tossed me in the hole as well. I was I was the one who found Jack. Then I came back to the gas station. Couldn't find anyone anywhere. So I went and searched until I noticed the door at the edge of the hallway cracked open slightly. I also found a poorly made bomb behind the register, but it didn't take long to disassemble. You can thank the mandatory bomb building classes at the mathematics program for that. No big deal. Just my just me being typical heroic self. I asked Diego to help me haul Jack up out of the hole. Then Diego moved him to an undisclosed location for a few days while his leg mends. When he gets back, I'll let him have his laptop and continue his little bog thing. Till then, just me and Diego and the raccoons. How does Jack usually end these things? Oh yeah, to be continued. Edit. I just caught myself digging. Well, I'm thinking stream's going on pretty late. We're just going to finish up Tales from the Gas Station. We've only got, I think, 2 parts left. They are quite lengthy parts. Let me tell you. Oh, let me scroll back up. I'm actually going to take a quick break because I need some water. I just killed off my water and energy drink. So, going to whistle needing wetting. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back, and yeah, I grabbed some water, heated up some garlic bread, so if you notice some extended pauses, that's just me drinking water, eating more garlic bread. Alrighty, part 7. Recovering from an injury sucks. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep sucks even worse. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep while simultaneously being hunted by a sociopathic lackey of a dark god with a personal vendetta against you sucks even worse. But what sucks even more worse is having to do all of the above and still being called in to work. As the owners put it, the new guy is a complete and total moron with willful and malicious idiocy that borders on the criminal. So here I am, against doctor's advice, at a shady gas station at the edge of town, only at a little worse than for wear. What's really incredible is that I've only been back for 1 day. There's already a body count. More on that later. My right leg is in a cast from ankle to thigh. And I've elected to use crutches because, unsurprisingly, the gas station is not wheelchair accessible. The cast has several signatures and messages, which is very strange. I have no memory of anyone signing it. That could be just a result of the pain meds. Looking down now, I can see Diego scrawl a message, try to stay out of trouble. D. There was also a message in red crayon. Jerry was here. A few signatures scribbled in Sharpie. And a little further up my leg, I have to pull my pants way up to read this note. Art ATC. Well, that was annoyingly cryptic. I would check the tape logs to see if or who I let get. I would check the tape logs to see who I let get so close to my delicate area, but the owners have had every camera in the place removed. I guess there was something about finding the secret room full of security camera feeds to bring personal privacy into the public discussion. I feel like that the act of removing security cameras was a bit of an overreaction, especially with Spencer still out there. Police took a statement and confiscated the remains of the bomb. They're taking this whole thing very seriously, and our arrest warrant is out for Spencer Middleton. Should he ever show up again? As for Kiefer, things get a little more interesting. Police were unable to find any evidence that he had ever existed. He had no property to his name, no driver's license, no public record of any kind. The only thing even linking him to the town was a grainy picture in an old yearbook photo. It would seem that Kiefer was living off the grid ever since he graduated high school. Now that Spencer's attempt to blow up the gas station failed, Kiefer has suspended his election campaign and simply disappeared. The sheriff has been sending a new deputy, Arnold, out to check on me once or twice a day. Arnold isn't far from here, which is probably why he agreed to replace Tom as the new gas station babysitter. He's about 6'2", dark skinned, with a mustache thick enough to plant a yard flamingo in. He has eyes that constantly telegraph the sentiment, knock that nonsense off. And I have yet to see him smile. I don't know if Arnold will become the next Tom or Spencer. Right now, he could be either. Arnold was the one that dropped me off at work today. I'm not supposed to go back behind the steering wheel for a while, which is fine, I guess. It's not like I'm going to on any road trips or anytime soon. On the way to work, we passed the SUV of the man with the beard, one staked in place on the side of the road by a tree growing through the engine. I asked Arnold about that, but he just shrugged it off and said I shouldn't worry myself with other people's business. I asked him about the owner of the vehicle, and Arnold said that they think he got lost in the woods, just like those hikers last fall. A search and rescue effort was underway, and he was confident that they would find him one way or another. After Arnold dropped me off today, I went about my regular shift starting duties. I reconciled Marlborough's till, not at all surprised to see it was somehow missing 150, or it was somehow 150 over, or that the surplus was entirely in $1 coins. What the fuck? I logged all the invoices and had them piled up while I was out, and I emptied the trash cans. I was hoping that I might run into the cowboy, but the only thing in the men's room was an obese Hispanic trucker punishing the toilet and surrounding the air with an unholy fury that deserves its own scary story. The sun was starting to go down when I hobbled out to the dumpster, balancing garbage bags against my crutches and probably looking like a baby deer learning to walk. If that deer were drunk, if that deer were drunk and two-legged and carrying several bags of garbage. The scorched earth near the dumpster was about the same as I had left it, blackened down to the subsoil. Somewhere past the part of the trees was another patch of smoldered remains, one that I had neglected to mention in the police report. One that might to the casual observer, one that might look to the casual observer like the remains of a human body. Before I before before I turned to go back, I noticed something odd was at the side of the dumpster. At first, I thought it was a child's toy stuck in the dirty outside wall. Then I realized that it was moving, breathing, crawling slowly, and eating the ooey gooey drippings up off the rust of the dumpster. The thing looked like a giant tomato caterpillar, about 8 inches long, and as the sun went down, I swear I could see the thing give off its own light source. The squishy caterpillar thing didn't seem to mind my presence, and even let me feed it an old Starburst that I had in my pocket. Because, like all people, I hate yellow Starburst. The critter bioluminesced a bit brighter as it ate the taffy, and I gave it a gentle pet. Its hide wasn't as wet as it appeared. In fact, it seemed to be covered in tiny clear hairs. "You're not so bad," I said while it nibbled the candy. "Not everything out here needs to be scary, huh?" It wiggled and crawled away to the place in the back of the dumpster with more gunk, and I went back into the gas station. Marlboro was has taken up smoking again. He'd quit for a while, but he then explained that the suffering he was causing himself by not smoking grossly outweighed the suffering he was causing by us by but then he explained that the suffering he was causing himself by not smoking grossly outweighed the suffering that he was causing us through secondhand smoke. And mathematically speaking, it didn't make any sense for him to quit. I had hoped that he was beginning to shed his cultist philosophy after entire compound mysterious. I had hoped he. Excuse me. I had hoped that he had. I had hoped he. 1, 2, 3. I had hoped that he was beginning to shed his cultist philosophy after the entire compound mysteriously vanished. But now I'm starting to fear that he can't be rehabilitated. Oh well. There's another package sitting under the counter, addressed to me with a return address I don't recognize. I took a gamble with the last package, and it turned out to be something great. That was before Spencer tried to kill me. Once again, my gut was telling me not to open it. Got a phone call today at the store, a few hours after sundown. Pretty late, hard to say exactly. Marlboro was asleep in his hammock in the dry storage room, and I couldn't remember the last customer. This was somewhere in that temporal wasteland between dusk and dawn. Sippy sip. Hello? "Jack, listen carefully. You don't know me, and I'm about to tell you, and what I'm about to tell you is going to save your life. But only if you follow my instructions and do exactly what I say. In the drawer to your right is a pencil and paper. Get them, write this down. These are the rules to your survival. 1. Don't leave the gas station. Don't go outside under any circumstances. 2. Do not drink water from the tap. Don't even touch it. Don't smell it. Don't look at it. It's bottled water from here on out. 3. Don't trust your eyes. 4. Barricade the... Hang on. Where'd you say the pen was? Oh, hang on. Where'd you say the pen was? He sighed. In the drawer to the right. My right or your right? You're right. How the hell do you... You're right. How the hell would it be my right? I'm on the phone. Right. Right then, I heard the car horn honk. It was the old middle with Mrs. Sistrunk. She's another local, somewhere in the area of 100 years old, if I was to guess. And at this point, not much more than a skeleton wrapped in an ill-fitting skin suit with vibrant lipsticks, or with vibrant. And at this point, not much more than a skeleton wrapped in an ill-fitting skin suit with vibrant lipstick smeared all around her general mouth area. After her husband died, Mrs. Agatha Sistrunk had taken to buying and collecting sports cars and oversized trucks and racing them around the outskirts of town at all hours of the night. Her most recent purchase was a brand new Ford F-550 with a painting of the Hulk in all of his green smashing glory on the side. In person, she was a sweet old lady, no taller than 4 feet tall. In person, she was a sweet old lady, no taller than 4.5 feet. She wore special shoes that reached the gas pedal and always came into the gas station to fill up because she knew I'd help her with the pump or help her pump her gas. Something she had never done before wasn't interested in learning how to do. One sec, I said to the voice on the other side of the phone. Be right back. Miss Sistrunk needs help with me top her off. Listen to me, the voice growled. Do not go outside. You go outside, you're dead. Do you hear me? Hear what you're saying, I said as I grabbed the crutches and ready to leave, but I don't work for you. With that, I hung up the phone and went outside with Mrs. Sistrunk. Old Lady Agatha was happy to see me, or Old Lady Agatha was happy to see that I was back at work. Apparently, Marlborough made her nervous. She said he was flirting at her and wouldn't stop smoking while he pumped her gas. Before she left, she gave me a case of empty light beers and asked if I would be a lamb and toss them for her. I can't say no to Agatha. When I got back around to toss the trash, I noticed something incredible. The glowworm from the morning had formed itself into an enormous cocoon against the back of the dumpster. I can't explain why exactly, but this filled me with some sort of I don't know what means the exact opposite of existential dread, euphoria, existential hope. Is that what optimism feels like? Again, I don't know. Again, I know it doesn't make any sense, but seeing the weird garbage eating caterpillar thing begin the brave journey of transformation gave me a tingling feeling in my soul. Like this was some kind of sign. Just when the caterpillar thought his world would Just when the caterpillar thought his world had come to an end, he became a butterfly. My world has felt like it was coming to an end for a while too. Little, my my world. 2, 3. My world has felt like it was coming to an end too, little buddy. Maybe I'm also on the verge of metamorphosis. Maybe the world doesn't have to be strange and scary. Maybe it can be strange and cool. I decided whatever hatched from the cocoon, be it a butterfly, moth, or monster, I'm going to name it Starburst. I hobbled myself back to the gas station and tossed one last look over my shoulder at the dumpster to see raccoons stuffing the cocoon in its mouth. It devoured the whole thing in a couple bites before making eye contact with me and dashing off to the woods. Diego came into the store from his late shift and asked how I was feeling. I told him that I told him that the pain was a I told him that the pain was tolerable. You know, I like that was so. You know, I like that was the kind of answer he was looking for. And I went back to reading my book. A few minutes later, the man with the beard came into the gas station. I almost didn't recognize him as the same man who went off into the woods after the creature he called an anglerfish. He had lost a lot of weight. His beard wasn't nearly as well kept. He smelled like he bathed in a tub of pee that someone farted in. Hey, I said when he came back in, you're still alive. Cool. I did mention that the man was holding a pistol when he walked in. Thought crossed my mind for the briefest moment that I wonder what happened to his big gun. I didn't have time to ask. He quickly found the locks on the doors, used them, and covered the sort of distance to register a gun extended aimed at my face. I told you. I told you not to go outside. You're lucky you're even alive. He screamed before grabbing the store phone and yanking it out of the wall. He threw it to the ground with a loud, satisfying snatch and asked, "Who else is in the building?" "Oh, let me see," I said, thinking. "There's you, me, and probably the other cashier unless he went out into town again." I saw that. I saw the one. I saw the. I saw one other car out there. Toyota, that yours? No, that's got to be Diego's. Right on cue, Diego walked out from the back and froze at the sight of a bearded man still pointing a gun at my face. Diego might have been tempted to take action if he hadn't been carrying a 50-pound bag of corn over his shoulder. Instead, he just raised his free hand and said softly, "Hey, man, I don't want any trouble. If you're after cash, go ahead and take it. Ain't no heroes here." Bearded man laughed in an obnoxious way. Well, there's at least one. My name's Benjamin, and I'm here to save your sorry asses. Diego and I made eye contact. A lot can be conveyed in just an instant if you know the person you're looking at. He was trying to see what I want to do. I was trying to tell him to relax. This was neither the worst or the weirdest thing to happen in the room. "Okay," he said. "What do you need from us, or what do you need us to do, Benjamin?" There's something evil under this gas station. Nobody is leaving until I understand what it is. Because I know someone is working with that thing. I've seen it. In my dreams, I know you have too." Oh, he was wrong about one thing. Right then, Marlboro walked out of dry storage closet. Stretching and yawning, Benjamin snapped him into a chokehold. Before we knew what I was doing, he had jammed a gun to his forehead. "Are you even listening to me?" Benjamin screamed. I just told you that the world as you know is just a facade. There's a devil in here. And one of you is working for him." He looked at both of us for some kind of reaction, but I don't think he got what he was looking for. We just shrugged and said, "Neat." Right then, Marlboro surprised the pants off of everybody by half yelling and half laughing. "Let's do this. I'm not afraid to die." Before reaching up, grabbing the gun, pressed his head, and pulling the trigger. I've seen a lot of weird stuff working at this shitty gas station. I've been nearly killed once or twice. I watched the same guy die over and over in front of me. I've never seen things that may or may not, or I've seen things that may or may not be real. Because I can't dream, and sometimes I wonder if my mind's making up, or I can't dream, and sometimes I wonder if my mind's making up for that in other ways. I've seen ball lightning, people with blue skin, a man with two heads, a talking dog, and an Elvis impersonator that may have been a little too convincing. I've seen so much weird stuff in that room, but this was the first time I've ever saw a look of surprise like that on anybody's face. It was absolutely priceless. What the hell is wrong with you people? Benjamin said, backing away from us. Ain't nothing wrong with us. Or, ain't nothing wrong with us, Marlborough said, relieved to feel. Ain't nothing wrong with us, said Marlborough, relieved to be free from the headlock. What the hell's wrong with your gun? How did you know I was out of ammo? I didn't. There was a loud thud as Diego dropped a sack of corn. He was the next to talk. I think maybe you should get out of here, pal, while you still can. Afraid I can't do that, Benjamin responded. Not until this thing is dead, and not after I heard a wet thunk before I saw anything. Poor Benjamin went limp and hit the ground. My eyes caught the situation. I hoped that I was seeing was a hallucination, but the look of fear on Diego's face told me that wasn't the case. The man standing behind Benjamin was holding a bloodied shovel. The man just saved our bacon was smiling toothy, delighted smile. Man standing behind Benjamin holding a bloodied shovel, the man that just saved our bacon was smiling a toothy, delighted smile that he had only made after inflicting some kind of pain he just inflicted. Hi there, Jack, said Spencer Middleton. You miss me? He stuck Diego and Marlborough in the walk-in freezer. Marlborough is and always has been a go with Marlborough is and always has been a go with the flow kind of guy. So he went into the freezer voluntarily. Diego put up a fight, which is why he ended up with a bruised, bloody, and barely clinging to consciousness. From what I could see, Benjamin looked like he might be dead. At best. He was out cold and slowly spreading a pool of his own blood. Spencer pulled a couple of chairs out from the storage and placed them both in front of the cash register. One facing the other. He made me hobble and sit down in one, and he spun the other around and sat it backwards, like a cool stool. Then he spun the other around to sit on it backwards, like a cool school teacher from the 90s. I just want to let you know, he said. I'm not mad at you. And neither is he. He just wanted to relay the message. Spencer's face still had flecks of blood. Spencer's face still had flecks of blood on it from where he had beaten the shit out of Diego. Your boss? Yeah, he was just a little upset. Yeah, he was just a little upset for what you did to Kiefer, and wanted me to show you what happens to bad children. You were supposed to meet him, but then you got all cocked up, huh? I guess it was just my time to die, I answered. Or, I guess it just wasn't my time to die, I answered. That's when the smile faded from Spencer's face. He shook his head at me and said, Die? No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. I saw some movement behind Spencer, but tried not to break eye contact. It was Benjamin. He was alive. And right now, my best shot of getting out of this, he was moving slowly on the ground, regaining consciousness and miraculously not making any noise. I tried to keep Spencer distracted. Your boss, tell me more about him. How did he find you? Who is he? Spencer chuckled. He's got a lot of names, but you'll meet him soon enough. And this time, we will not be interrupted. And my friends, I don't care. They can join us. They can die. It makes no difference. By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask. Did you guys ever figure out who placed the bomb? I laughed softly. Yeah, the police took it. Yeah, the police took it. They know it was you. They know everything. Well, almost everything. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, they know very little, but they do know that you tried to kill me and you put the bomb in the gas station. Spencer shook his head again. Wrong on both accounts. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. And a bomb? Seriously? Not my style. I think he had more to say to me, but I'll never know. Because right then, Benjamin yanked his head back and wiped the knife blade across the large. I think he had more to say, but I'll never know because right then Ben yanked his because right then Ben yanked his head back and wiped a blade the size of a large chihuahua across his neck, neatly slicing his head halfway off. Blood erupted out in a couple of spurts, then stopped. And Spencer Middleton was no more. That's what you get, taunted Benjamin as he flung Spencer's lifeless body to the floor, his blood pouring out in a mixture with all the rest. It was going to suck for whoever had to clean all this up. When we opened the freezer, we found that Marlboro had gone all bad nurse on Diego, sticking clumps of frozen meat all over his face for the swelling. I made a fresh pot of coffee and we took seats around the table by the window. Just in case a nosy passerby decided to pass by, we put a tarp over Spencer and moved the wet floor sign next to it. For about half an hour, we all just sat there, drinking coffee in the pregnant silence. We were all done with our third cup. Diego spoke up, his jaw swollen to hell, but he was still able to pronounce words with only minor difficulty. So what happened? Why haven't we called the cops? This was clearly self-defense. I got the face to prove it. Yeah, said Benjamin after a lengthy deliberation. Let's call them. That would be good, but tomorrow we need to have a serious talk, Jack. I called Arnold from the only phone in the building with any reception, Spencer's cell. Deputy listened to what I had to tell him, just the most basic and simplified version of what happened last night. And he said he would be on his way right after he got out of bed and put some clothes on. Called the owners next, and they said they were not very happy. They told me next time I should call them first. Next time? Right now, the others are at their booth, staring out the window. And I'm sitting on my laptop documenting the night while the memories are still fresh. I know this isn't over yet. I think the gas station is going to have to close it for a day or two. When it opens again, I'll be here, writing my journals and doing my best to ignore anyone who walks through those doors. I guess that means we continued. Right, I'm going to take a few chomps of garlic bread, down some more water, and I'll continue to the final part. Alrighty. Alright, Gorb, your message. If you tell me that you hate... Oh, the gold coins and reference to the dollars. Okay. If if you tell me that you hate yellow starburst to my face, I'll turn you into liquid. Yeah, I don't know why you said yellow starburst when it's clearly pink starburst. I mean, they shove those in entire packs, especially those little fun sizes you give out to trick-or-treaters. It's usually just nothing but pinks. Alright, part 8, final part. It's about to be an hour since my last post. We haven't had any customers yet, and if the gas station weren't an active crime scene, I might have asked one of the other employees to squeegee the large pool of blood into the drains by the cooler. For those of you out of the loop, you may want to catch up by reading my earlier posts. I don't know what Arnold's personal grooming routine is, or routine looks like, but I have to assume he spends at least 20 minutes a day in mustache prep. But even factoring that in, he should have made it to the gas station by now. I called him a few minutes ago to make sure he hadn't gone back to bed and make sure he hadn't imagined the phone call in the first place. The conversation is something like this. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Arnold, are you on your way? Sit tight. We had a little emergency. Okay. The road between the town and you is blocked off. Okay, which one? All of them. Even the service roads. It must have been a freak storm. I've never seen anything like it. All the roads are covered in trees. But they aren't, fallen. The trees just growing out in the middle of the street. I've been trying to find a way around all morning. But I've given up. I'm going to head through on foot. Just be clear, you said you heard from Spencer Middle from just be clear. Just be clear. You heard from Spencer Milton last night. Has he made any other contact? Well, actually, he's here. He came in and saw some stuff happen, and now he's dead. What? You're telling me there's a dead body at the gas station? I already told all of you that. I already told him all of this. Man, I really miss Tom. Did you not realize that? Or did you not realize that? I'm sorry, he answered. When the phone rang earlier, I had just. Did you not realize that? I'm sorry, he answered. When the phone rang earlier, I had woken up from this beautiful, weird dream. A dark god calling me into this eternal grace, taking me by the hand and guiding me to blessed oblivion. Freeing me of all the pain and suffering of this mortal prison, nurturing me like a child, and inviting me into the world, nurturing me like a child and inviting me nurturing me like a child and inviting the world into a realm of higher existence, allowing me the privilege to devote myself to his glorious servitude. Okay, I said, I guess I'll see you when you get here. I ended the call and checked the charge on the phone. Barry was sitting at 50%. What's the deal, Lucille? Asked Benjamin. Arnold is on his way. Arnold is on his way here on foot, but we might have a problem. Holy shit, you guys see that? Diego asked, pointing out the window. I couldn't quite make it out from where I was seated on the counter, but I didn't feel like hobbling over a corpse just to look. What is it? I asked. There's a bunch of naked people on the roadway walking this way, Diego answered. The hell you say? Said Marble, who had suddenly taken interest. Pressed his face against the window for a better look. Those aren't just any people. I know them. Marla, Tyler. And there goes Fred. At least, those are their names I gave them. Benjamin crossed the frozen drink machine, throwing it Benjamin crossed from the crossed to the frozen. Benjamin crossed to the frozen drink machine, throwing over his shoulder a quick look. They friends of yours? Family, actually. Well, they were anyway, before they disappeared. But I don't remember them looking like that. Like what? I asked. Like what? Asked, giving in. Like what? Asked, stating. Or, like what? Asked, starting to get an uneasy feeling. Like. He took a second to find the words, but all he came up with was, they just look funny. They just look funny. They continued walking closer to the gas station, close enough by now, I could see them. At least a dozen people, stark naked. I got closer. More details I could make out. More I wish I couldn't. Their eyes were milky and pale, maggots crawling out of their infested crevices all over their body, their skin dirty and covered in lesions and bruises. Barbara was clearly not wrong. They looked funny. Barbara was clearly not wrong. They looked funny. I'm sure you know the Hollywood-style zombie walk. The shuffle of an undead body with impaired motor skills. The scariest part of these people approaching the front doors of the... The scariest part of these people approaching the front door of the gas station was that they were walking 100% perfectly normal. Just a bunch of decaying news out for a stroll. There was a loud crash that snapped us out of our probably rude staring. We all turned to see Benjamin had pulled the frozen drink machine to the ground and was attempting to drag it over to Spencer towards the front doors. Was attempting to drag it over Spencer towards the front doors. Sticky syrup concoction spilled all over the ground, mixing with coagulated blood, going for in a red, brown, and viscous, and mixing the congealed blood and coating the floor in a red, brown, and purple viscous soup. There's no way we won't have There's no way we won't have an insect problem after this. Marlboro and Diego didn't have to ask what was going on. They instantly knew the plan and began yanking down where fixtures weren't bolted in place, calling them as... Marlboro and Diego didn't have to ask what was going on. They instantly knew the plan and began yanking down whatever fixtures weren't bolted in place and piling them up in a barricade against the glass doors. I would have helped if it weren't for my broken leg. Besides, it looks like they've got this under control. You boys think you can stay alive long enough for help to arrive? You boys think you can stay alive long enough for help to arrive? Benjamin asked. We've got almost 90 years of experience staying alive between the... We've got almost 90 years of experience staying alive between the three of us, Diego joked. Benjamin directed his question to me. Got any weapons in this place? I told him no. The only thing I have is a half-empty canister of gasoline in the supply closet and some really hard jerky, but he was welcome to whatever he could find. That's when he started MacGyvering some spears out of chair legs and broken glass from the drink case. About 10 minutes ago, the gas station lost power. Now really would be a good time to have a giant glow-in-the-dark pet butterfly. Stupid raccoons. It's been pretty quiet, save for wet girl or whispering coming from those people outside. Benjamin's still searching for weapons while Diego finds things to push against the front door. And assuming he hasn't fallen asleep, Marlboro has taken to the back door. I was feeling pretty useless after Benjamin confiscated my crutches, so I figured I would take this opportunity to type an account of what happened, just in case Arnold gets here too late. And in a spirit of preparedness, I should say a few things to whoever this message, or is it whomever? I could never get that right. First, to the owners, I'm sorry about the mess. Second, to her, sorry we didn't run into each other one last time. Third, to whoever keeps dumping tar into the ditch outside the gas station, I hate you. I guess that's all I have to say. It's been a weird, crazy ride. This is Jack from the gas station, signing off one last time. Give me a moment. Just chowing down on some garlic bread. Arnold Stallone versus Sylvester Schwarzenegger. Spooky cliffhanger. Yep, I had to do that. I didn't die. Sorry, it's been a long. Sorry, it's been so long since the last update. Just got my laptop back from the police. Special thanks to whoever guilted me. Uh, Fuck that. I know you guys are probably wondering what happened. Well, last week I met a dark god. We we were in the gas station without power for hours. It's cold this time of year, so we huddled together around a plate of scented candles and ate pork rinds, canned beans. Marlboro almost dozed off a couple of times before Diego decided to loot the energy pills behind the counter. He handed them out and took a. He handed them out, and we all took a few, washing them down with cold coffee and telling ourselves it was for alertness. But all they did for us was create a heartbeat of air. All they did for us, or but all they did for me was create a heartbeat of arrhythmia. That sure would be funny. Those things finally broke in here just to find four of us dead from heart attacks. Well, not funny, but you know. Diego tried to strike up a conversation with Benjamin a few times, but the bearded man wasn't. But the beard. Diego tried to strike up a conversation with Benjamin a couple of times, but the bearded man wasn't very social. You army? Nah. I knew a guy. I knew a guy. He was a ranger in the army. Remind me of him. All right. Those things out there. Any idea what we're dealing with? Ever seen anything like that before? Nah. You have family? Nah. Checked Spencer's phone throughout the day. It wasn't getting any service anymore. Tried 911 a few times, but even that wouldn't go through. Battery got 5%. I turned it off. Might need it later we might need it later for an emergency call. Eventually, the adrenaline in the pills started to wear off. I heard that my leg was still healing from the complex fracture, and maybe I shouldn't have agreed to come back to work so soon. I did the cripple walk back to the front desk and grabbed my meds. While I was there, I spotted a still unopened gift wrap package on a shelf beneath the register. Decided to ignore it and instead grabbed the employee whiskey bottle that was behind it. We told ourselves it was for nerves, but we all know, but all it did for me was give me a worse heartbeat arrhythmia. A few more hours passed. After we killed the first bottle, we opened another. Then Marble got into the energy drinks and decided we needed mixers. At some point, the former cultist pulled out a stash and lit a joint, and without asking, I might add, turned the whole station into an hot box. I couldn't remember if I had taken my pain meds yet, but I went ahead and took them. As the sun started to set, I had two thoughts competing, or as the sun started to set, I had two thoughts competing for my mind. First, it sure was getting dark early these days, and second, I think we might be getting a little too fucked up to handle what's about to happen. Time began, or time became even more illusionary than normal once the laptop died, and we had no way of knowing how long we've been waiting. We started measuring the time in candles. Our stack of food and morale raced each other to depletion. At some point, Diego got me. At some point, Diego got me sip. At some point, Diego got me away from the others to ask what I thought about Benjamin. I told him that he was the nicest guy that had ever pointed a gun at me all week. But Diego told me that he had a weird feeling about him. I reminded Diego that he killed Kiefer a couple of times and maybe he should get off. I told Diego that he killed Kiefer a few. Yeah, sorry. I told Diego that he killed Kiefer a couple of times and maybe he should get off his high horse. Hey, Benjamin yelled at us from across the room. What are you two talking about? Anime? I lied. I think he bought it. Get back over here. I don't need any more dead bodies piling tonight. Benjamin was in the corner. Benjamin was war- Benjamin was in the corner, warming his hands over a candle plate. It was the only source of light in the building, and was casting shadows that could be described as spooky if I weren't in if I weren't if I weren't in such a dire life or death situation. Some of those shadows looked like faces smiling, laughing at us idiots. One or two looked like old presidents. One of them asked me what time it was, and holy crap, I was tripping. You okay, man? Diego asked, snapping me back to reality. I honestly have no idea. Hmm. Am I gonna? Was Spencer's voice? Did you ever figure out who planted? Did you ever figure out who placed the bomb? Asked Spencer Middlegate, or asked Spencer Middleton in a gurgle. What do you mean? I thought you did it. Not me. Bombs aren't my style. But you know who can build a bomb? Hey, where's Marlboro? Benjamin picked up his spear, formerly my crutch, that he had procured, or formerly my crutch that he paracoated his knife to, and asked, Who the hell is Marlboro? Is there someone else here? Marlboro, the other employee. I looked at Diego, who just shrugged. I don't know. I don't. He just shrugged. Uh, oh, wait. Bad formatting here. Just shrugged and said, I don't know any Marlboro. How many of them pills have you taken? Did I imagine Marlboro this entire time? Did I just Tower Durden this guy into existence? I tried to sit down on a tarp, but it turned to me lying on my back while the room spun. I could feel the human debris squish under me, the tarp fabric as I rested my head. How much of this was real anyways? You're losing it. You know it. No. All those years ago, the first doctor tried to prepare me for my life or all those years ago, the first doctor tried to prepare me for life with my condition. There weren't many other cases before me, so they didn't know exactly how everything would play out. But every case had a few of the same side effects. Of course, there would be weight loss, fatigue, headaches, all the signs of normal physical illness early on. As the condition developed, there would be more interesting side effects, hallucinations, memory loss, the works. And of course, I can't be properly anesthesiated. And of course, I can't be properly anesthetized. They tried other cases. They tried other cases to induce medical comas, but that messed things up further. I'm always wide awake and halfway lucid during surgery. If you want to know what that's like, I'll tell you the truth. It's boring. You know what? Usually, when I hurt someone bad enough, they pass out from the pain. They gave me a couple of years, tops. I haven't been keeping track of the time. Right now, Marlborough walked into the room, zipping up his fly. Presumably, he had the same. Right then, Marlborough walked into the room, zipping up his fly. Presumably, he had just come from the bathroom, but who really knows? I pointed at him, yelling, That's the guy! You see him, right? It's Marlborough! Diego looked where I was pointing, then back at me. What? You mean Jerry? Oh, that's right. He has a real name. I hate it when it calls me Marlborough. Benjamin set his improvised spear down. Benjamin set his improvised spear down and turned his back to the fire. You better get him under control. You should open your package, Spencer said. Hey, wait a sec. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Well, aren't you supposed to be dead? He asked back. Touche, Spencer. Who are you talking to? Asked Diego. Spencer, I answered. Oh, stop. Well, stop that. It's freaking us out. Two candles burns from start to front. Two candles burned from start to finish before Benjamin decided that help wasn't on the way. Best chance of survival was to fight it out with the things outside. I disagreed, but Benjamin informed me in his own polite way that it wasn't up for a. He peeled back the layers of the barricade just enough for a view outside. Once we knew what we were dealing with, we could come up with a better plan. Only he couldn't actually get a good look because something was blocking the view. Something just on the other side of the glass doors. Benjamin yanked the rest of the barricade down and took a few steps back to marvel at it. Well, you don't see that every day, said Jerry. Well, you don't see that every day, said Jerry. I hope I can't do it. I'm sorry, his name is Marlborough. Or, nope, I can't do it. I'm sorry, his name is Marlborough. We were trapped there, inside the gas station. On the other side of the doors, a network of trees had grown together, twisted in knots, pressed against the glass. They were so densely pressed into a single wall of tree trunks that not even light could get through. For all we knew, it could have been daytime outside. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here, said Benjamin. We checked the back door, but it was the same thing. I often wondered how long a person can survive inside the gas station without any new supplies coming in. I had run the scenario in my head a million times on boring nights. What else was there to do? I had to run the thought experiment for countless different contexts. How long could I survive if the gas station were ever transported back in time to another planet? If there was a zombie apocalypse, etc. What I had deduced was that, under ideal circumstances, I could live off the supplies on hand for 4 years if I could find a source of water. 6 weeks if not. These were not ideal circumstances. We had already smashed up and weaponized and eaten most of our supplies. we're trapped here, it would not take long for all of us to go Donner Party on each other. While I was pondering this in the hallway by the cooler, I heard the sound of glass shattering in the room. Benjamin raised his spear and led the way back. The wall of trees was still standing on the other side of the doors. Our mess was still there. Our mess was still there. Everything was as we left it. Everything was as we left it, with one exception. The tarp was pulled back, and Spencer's body was gone. A series of footprints coagulated in blood leading from where there should have been a shattered glass in the front door. Like he had just gotten up, walked over, and was absorbed into the trees. I need you boys to think real hard, Benjamin said. Is there any other way out of this place? Well, said Marvelous started. I shot him a look and shook my head, but I guess he couldn't see it. The dim light of the candlelight. Or maybe he was just too dense to understand. There is the hole. The hole? What hole? The hole in the secret room back past the The hole in the secret room back past. Right. The hole in the secret room back past the cooler. Secret room? Yeah, right over here. Marble pointed to a blank space of wall where the door used to be. The owners had decided the smartest thing they could do when they find out about the secret room was remove the door, build a good old-fashioned wall, and forget all about it. But that only works if everyone agrees to forget about it. That only works if everyone agrees to forget about Marlborough. You're telling me there's a secret room behind there, and a hole in that room that we can maybe find and escape? Why didn't you boys tell me about this earlier? He didn't wait for an answer. Benjamin went straight to the wall and started smashing it into pieces with his spear. After he got it down a little, his bare hands, after a minute, the wall was once again a door. While Benjamin lit up and placed a few candles around the giant hole in the floor, I grabbed Diego and pulled him aside. Hey, I said, I should tell you something. I opened the package, one that looked like a present. Yeah? He said, yeah. I'm not sure at what point I'd finally cracked it open, but I had been carrying around the content of the box in my pocket for at least one candle. Just like the last package, there was a note inside that read, I didn't expect you to use my letter as part of the story, but thanks, LOL. I didn't mind you using it. That was pretty neat. I liked it. I was very surprised. Thank you. I enjoyed your stories, and I knew it could be really great from the beginning. That's why I wrote what I did. I was surprised, but in a good way. That you used my letter. LOL. Thank you. I'm honored. Really honored. Underneath that leather was a small handgun. I knew enough about pistols playing video games to know how to check the clip, and sure enough, it was loaded. Showed the gun to Diego. That's a Ruger 380. Is it good? Well, it's a gun, so it'll probably have more stopping power than a chair leg. Why didn't you give it to him? Diego gestured to our fearless leader. I don't know or trust him. Good point. Here, I said, trying to hand it over. I'm not a gun guy. No way, man, you keep it. I got both legs. You need it more than me. Benjamin yelled to us from the other room. Y'all ready or what? Time to see what's down here. He jumped in. I may have neglected to mention it was a 10-foot drop to the cave floor below. It may have taken a little I might have taken a little I also may have taken a little pleasure in the sound of him crashing or crash landing the pain moment that followed. For the rest of us, we rolled up the tarp and put some knots into the poor man's rope ladder. I had to give credit to the tarps. These things were incredibly useful. Ooh, we still got ways. We had spent hours above ground in a room with a dead body, unrefrigerated food, and Benjamin's body odor. We were all eating canned beans, and I think somebody probably threw up in the garbage can. My point is, we were all smelling pretty bad. To the point where I was doubting if I still had a sense of smell, but once we went into the hole, I knew for a fact we hadn't. Smell down here smell down here made the smell down here made our gas station funk seem like cologne. The very worst putrid odors from the storm drains around the station were nothing compared to this. Is it possible for a smell to be heavy? Because that's the best word I can think of. Not just thick, just heavy. Diego and Marlboro took turns barfing. They were done. Benjamin handed out the torches he made from gasoline-soaked rags and chair legs. I don't know what other. I don't know what that guy's deal is, but he sure is crafty. The cave was. The cave was straight. The cave was a straight tunnel, starting under the gas station and heading away from town. It was pretty tall enough for all of us to stand comfortably, and there was a slight incline taking us downhill. As we walked further down the hole. What the hell is this? Benjamin asked about 20 feet. He waved his torch at the wall, and I saw somebody had spray painted a message on the wall in red. It said in shaky handwriting, Rita the raccoon ate the cocoon. I said it a few times in my head and was pissed off just how close it came to rhyming, but didn't. Like a song slightly off key. The handwriting was eerily familiar, especially the capital R, but I couldn't remember why. There was another lawn gnome beneath it. We continued further into the cave. Benjamin way ahead of us. Me bringing up the tail, hobbling along as best I could with a single crutch. The deeper we went, the narrower the cave. The stronger the smell. Nothing about being here, away from the gas station, felt like an improvement from our previous situation. But it wasn't until we made it to the tree that I really decided that we had messed up. I don't know how long we had been walking down here, maybe a half mile or so. Crutch miles feel a lot longer than normal miles. But we eventually came upon an enormous black tree taking up the width of the cave. It looked like one of those 1,000-year-old cicadas, big enough to put a 2-lane road through. Sequoia, that's what it's called, sequoia. Oh, holy shit! Enunciated Benjamin. I was I was uh I was the last to see what everyone was wide-eyed and gawking at. The tree, in addition to being enormous, had some characteristics that you would expect from a tree. That you wouldn't expect from a tree. Specifically, human body parts. A few arms and legs poking out at random spots. And right about eye level, a human face. Hey, said Marlborough. I know that guy. It's Patrick. He touched Patrick's face and it peeled right off and plopped to the ground like a wet Halloween mask. I don't think he's gonna make it, Benjamin said as he pulled something out of his jacket. Benjamin said as he pulled out. Benjamin said as he pulled something out of his jacket and struck the tree with it. What is that? What is that? I asked. Surprisingly, it was Marble who answered. That looks like C4 explosives to me. Benjamin chuckled. Wow, you win the prize for that one, Rain Man. Yeah, it's the last of my explosives. But I've been trying to kill this thing piece by piece at a time for a week. But it just keeps growing back. I have to kill the root system. Load up, kill the brain. So on, rest, and the network will die. That was you who put the bomb in the gas station, I said. Yeah, well, back then I thought the whole building was an epicenter for the whole thing. Hey, Diego interrupted. Jack was still in the building when you planted that. I know. Guys? Marlboro asked. Guys? Marlboro tried to get their attention, but it wasn't working. You knew? You knew? You would have died if that thing went off. Guys? Look, assholes, this is war. And in war, there are always casualties. You can't make peanut butter without smashing a few nuts. Hey, guys! What? Screamed Benjamin. I'm a little busy. Marlboro pointed back the way we came. We all saw Spencer standing in the middle of the path with a wicked smile on his face. Hi! Missed me? Diego screamed at me. Jack the gun! I pulled the weapon out of my pocket, chucked it as hard as I could. It smacked Spencer right in the face and he fell over. I was very proud for the 2 seconds it took me to realize what I had done wrong. What came next almost happened too quickly for me to comprehend. Something burst out of the wall next to us, an enormous object, the size of a car, and mostly hand-shaped. It wrapped its giant fingers around the other three and pulled them into the wall. And then I was falling. The earth had opened up below me and I was sliding through a dark tunnel. No, I was being pulled. More like swallowed, really. I went for a while, dirt filling my nose and ears and mouth. And whatever I spat, or whatever it was, spat out into pitch black room, onto a rocky, wet piece of ground. I landed on my back leg and probably broke it again. Well, I thought at least this time a match hit Spencer. As far as last moments on Earth go, this one was slight improvement from last week. The room I was in was cool and cavernous. I could hear my breath echoing off the walls. I could also hear something else breathing. All at once, I became aware of another presence down here, an entity in the room with me. It's hard to explain in the same way I remember it being hard to explain a dream right after you wake up. It's something you have to experience to understand. But the feeling was something like being plugged into a shared consciousness, and another intelligence was putting thoughts directly into my head. Of course, it might have just been all the drugs. Welcome to my home, came a loud voice from somewhere in the pitch black room. I'm sorry it's taken so long for us to meet face to face. I can't see anything. Yeah, what part of Dark God don't you understand? Oh shit. I'm in the throne room of Dark God. It sounds like an era troll. Guess that makes sense. Might as well get this over with. Do you think you could turn on some lights so I can actually see who I'm talking to? He let out a very human-sounding sigh and explained, Fine. Out of nowhere, the entire room was turned into intense, furious white light. All I could see was pure light. I covered my eyes, and even then I could see the bones in my hands through my eyelids. Even with the meds, that shit hurt. Too bright, I yelled, Split the difference. Wow, responded the voice. I didn't realize that you were going to be such a big baby. And then, just as suddenly as brightness relented, after a moment, my pupil was adjusted and I could see who I had been talking to. Behold, it exclaimed, and tremble before the dark god. He, if he was a he, going off the sound of his voice, was about the size of an elephant, worn and round and tanned yellow hide. The best animal I could think of compared to was an enormous tick, with 6 stubby arms on either side, 6 rows of sagging breasts, and human-sized head on top. The head contained somewhat human face and no neck. The body connected to the earth in the widest point of the stomach, like a half buried. And to top the whole thing off, he had a red mohawk. He smiled at me.
What do you think?
About what?
My hair, it's amazing, isn't it?
He looked up at his mohawk. Yes.
You guess? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into doing my hair like this? You know what? Fine. It's fine. I shouldn't have wasted my time trying to impress you. That's on me.
Okay, I said, attempting to push myself onto my feet, and remember my leg was pretty broken. I was immobilized, underground, high, and without weapons. There really was no chance to escape. Going to kill me? Kill me. Or, if you're going to kill me, do you mind just getting it over with?
What is this? What is it with you people? So untrusting. So prejudiced. Why is it that anytime you see something you don't understand, you think it's kill or be killed? Well, no, I'm not a monster here. You are. I can see into your soul. I've seen your sins. Remember that time remember that time when you're 15 and you killed your principal's car?
No.
Really? Maybe that wasn't you. It's all look alike.
Why am I here? Why did you drag me underground?
Because, Jack, I can't find any other way of talking to you. And I just wanted to tell you to stop killing my children. You burned up so many of us. And what did we ever do to you, huh?
The Kiefer plants?
Just back up because that idiot is so clumsy. They're harmless though. I've been trying to put some people in office so I can get some political influence in this awful town.
To take over the world? Yes, even though I was starting to see where this conversation was going.
No, I just want to pressure the city council to cut back on the logging. I'm trying to save the world. But you and your awful friends keep killing us and trying to blow me up.
But Spencer, he beat the shit out of me. That guy's awful, and he's following your orders.
Well, excuse me for thinking that people have the potential to be rehabilitated. I hired Spencer because I needed someone to protect the Kiefer. And I gave him very specific orders not to kill you, which he agreed to.
But you've killed tons of people, the cultists, the entire compound.
Yeah, actually, no. I hate to be the one to say this, but those guys killed themselves. Yeah, it was really a sad mass suicide. But if you listen to them, I think it was pretty obvious. You guys should have seen it coming from a mile away. I mean, consequentialism mixed with a moral obligation to end suffering? He waved one of his 6 hands in a jerk-off motion before continuing. I didn't want to let all those perfectly good, fully formed adult bodies go to waste. Do you even know how hard it is to make one of those from scratch? It ain't easy.
But you sent those things after us at the gas station.
Again with the self-centered hero complex. It was never about you. I sent my children to bring Spencer's body back here. I was hoping I could get him home in time to rebuild him without any permanent brain damage. I think next time you see him, you should apologize for what happened. I swear, ever since Romero made zombies cool, people see the dead man come back to life and they get this urge to kill. Whatever happened to calling these things a miracle? Nobody freaked out when Jesus came back.
Saying that Jesus was like those mathematists, just a reanimated corpse.
Is that really what you? Is that really what you want to talk? Is that really what you want to talk about, Jack? Is that really what you want to talk about, Jack?
But doesn't dark god mean like evil stuff? He sighed.
The last time I, the last time I was awake, dark god had a completely different connotation. But you can't use my brandy as your excuse for burning up Kiefer. You ask me, you deserve the ass whooping you got.
But I searched my mind for proof of dark god monster. But I searched my mind for proof that the dark god was a monster I knew him to be. But the only thing that I could come up with is ice cold realization. We're the monsters?
I'm afraid so.
I'm sorry.
Good, that's a start.
So this is it? You're the reason for all the weird stuff going around the gas station? He laughed and wiggled his head like it was a version of shaking his head no.
Nope, I'll be honest with you. I have no clue what half the things are going on. Your gas station is weird, and even I do not know why. The hand plants and the Kiefers were me. The smell, I'll fess up, that was me too. But all the other stuff, man, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, you know? That weird glowing worm thing? That was pretty weird, huh?
So what do we do now? What do we do now?
Now, I send you and your friends back home and you quit killing me. That's my deal. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
We shake hands, or... At that moment, an enormous hand burst out of the ground. An enormous hand burst out of the wall, wrapped its fingers around me tightly, and next thing I knew, I was coughing up dirt all down on all fours on the street outside the gas station. It was morning.
Oh, God. Or, oh, good, said Benjamin. You made it out, too.
I looked all over and saw other trees standing there, covered in black dirt. I was back where it started. The trees were all gone, leaving no sign that they were ever there in the first place. The gas station was a wreck. Front doors were smashed out, and the raccoons were excitedly running to loot for whatever edibles they could carry from the front to the nest behind back.
What happened, man?
Asked Diego. I'm not really sure, I answered, digging the clumps of dirt out of my nose and ears.
Well, you're lucky. Your friends made me wait a few minutes to give you a chance to get out.
I looked at my hands. They were nearly black from all the layers of dirt coating them. Wait for what?
For this,
Benjamin answered and pressed a button on the remote detonator. Somewhere deep in the woods came an explosion that rocked the earth and sent birds flying to the sky. Diego's car alarm went off, and the pavement cracked. A black cloud slowly filled the sky, and I felt something inside my mind scream and die.
Well, said Benjamin, my work here is done. Don't mind, I'm going to get lost before 5-0 shows up.
Then he walked into the forest, hopefully never to be seen again. And that's what happened, if you can believe it. I'm back at the gas station working again. Arnold is on personal leave from the police station, and I didn't care to ask for details. So we have a new deputy babysitting us. I'll tell you about her another time, maybe. The police investigated the incident and ultimately concluded that we were victims of mass hysteria, brought on by a gas leak. And once again, there was nothing supernatural reported. I don't know if this is the end for the Dark God, but I do know that I have felt compulsions to continue digging ever since Benjamin blew up the underground tree. Things are settled back down into a brand of normal, or things are settled back into our brand of normal. Still work way too much, still keeping a journal and weird things that happen at the shitty gas station at the edge of town. In fact, just yesterday, people started reporting that they had seen something in the woods that looked like an enormous raccoon with bat wings, stealing small animals before flying off into the forest. They even said the winged raccoon monster glows in the dark. Marlboro just came up with, or Marlboro just came up to me and asked, Hey, you know there's a guy in the bathroom dressed like a cowboy? I assured him that I did not know that. This may be the last update for a while. It's going to be a lot of work putting the place back together. And I've got a whole new crew of part-timers trained, so till next time. And that's it. Now, this story was also super popular enough too that it's got its own book called Tales from the Gas Station Volume 1. And it's got both old and new tales uh about the gas station. So that's it for Go to Deadcast. The last night. Let's go through this. Our boy's a gamer. Yes, he is. He threw that gun right into the face as I would. Dark God wears NIN t-shirts and listens to Screamo. No, he listens to Nightcore. Y'all see that shit? That was wild. Anyways, I'm Rod Sterling. Yeah, that was fucking... You see that glowing butterfly? That was weird. But yeah. Thanks, guys, for sticking around. 4.5 hours of reading stories. And if I do get another night that falls on Halloween, you bet your ass I'm going to do this again. So, as I'm going to regret this tomorrow, my voice being completely gone, but, well, worth it. Night, everyone. And happy Halloween. Go to bed.